Gridlife Drift returns to Lime Rock Park on Saturday, August 20th at the Gridlife Circuit Legends Festival, a historic event where we bring drift cars to Lime Rock for the first time ever. Yesterday was the first time we'd ever seen drift at Lime Rock, and today we continue with over 40 drift competitors out here at Gridlife Circuit Legends. Kyle Heyer with Kato next to me from the Stream Team, kicking things off for drift here on Saturday. We've got a full day ahead of us. We've had morning sessions with some racing, but this afternoon we've got drift, GLTC Race 3, and then our Circuit Legends Shootout with some of the most historic race cars, or at least the most historic chassis in motorsports. Those are coming up just after drift and GLTC. Then we've got more track battle, GLTC, and drift to wrap up a great weekend of driving and racing here at Lime Rock Park. Historic 1.5-mile, 7-turn road course here at Lime Rock Park. And I'd also like to tell you, for those that are here at the racetrack with us, that the Lime Rock store is open across from the paddock, right across from the timing and scoring building in the paddock, the Lime Rock gift shop. The store is now open. So if you'd like to go get yourself a Lime Rock shirt, I suggest you do, because this is one of my favorite racetracks. Look, I've been to some cool places, Kato, and this is my first time at Lime Rock Park. I'm from the Northeast, never had a chance to get here. And holy cow, what a fantastic facility, from the workers to the racetrack, how well it's kept up, how great the facilities are. I just love this place.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful track, beautiful facility, tucked away in some nice scenic mountains. It's great to have a track out here in Connecticut that we can come visit when it's nice and hot and just, you know, get all sweaty with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting sweaty here at Lime Rock. Love it. The breeze is actually kicking up a little bit, and those are on the hillside. Look at all the fans on the hillside. We got a drone flying over turn 3 right now. Wave to the drone. Thanks for being here with us at Gridlife Circuit Legends Festival. People lining up, finding the shade right by the bar up there. That's a great spot to be, and actually a really good vantage point here at Lime Rock Park.
100%. We just definitely lucked out that all the trees, all the shade are right at turns 1 through 4, where everyone's going to be drifting and all the good passing action is going to be happening during the GLTC race.
All right, drone's showing off now, doing flips and slips and looking a lot like the drift cars we're going to see, but in 3D.
Don't move around too much. His vision is based off movement, and he will hit you.
So we got Gridlife Drift coming up next, and if you're not familiar with how Gridlife does drift, it's not competitive. We're not scoring anybody, but it's all about having fun with your buddies and getting out there and doing some skids. We've got some teams here like Front Street Drift Clubs here. Nacho Cheese has some cars here. ASM, Team Night Call has a few cars here. Some teams from all over the country and the Northeast that are about to jump on the racetrack here and get set to go drifting here at Lime Rock Park.
Looking at the lineup, oh, we've already got someone dropping in. That is from Team Nacho Cheese. Oh, give me a second. Everything got moved. Brad Roach, I believe, doing a little sighting lap. Got the FPV chasing him right there.
Yeah, the 1991 Toyota Cressida. And his Instagram, Brad Roach 518, if you'd like to follow his build. Just going for some sighting laps here early. Once they come around, they're going to go sail at full throttle down into Big Bend. We got, looks like Larry Chen's going to be on track in the white Toyota GR Super with the camera rig mounted on the hood. That's to capture all the great content for Gridlife's Instagram and other places.
Yeah, definitely follow his account. He's got excellent coverage of this event. A lot of exciting shots, a lot of exciting driving going on there.
So again, drivers just getting sighting laps here. This is the first time they've been on track today. And yes, I was impressed with how much we kept it on the road yesterday. This is a tricky track to drift, and the grass is so pretty here. I didn't want to tear it up, but everyone's done a fantastic job keeping the tires on the road and avoiding slipping off in the grass. It's tricky to drift. We talked about the different wheel bases and the different tires, the different horsepower levels that change how a chassis likes to slide.
Yep, 100%. We have everything from roadsters to sedans, coupes, hatchbacks, all represented here. Various levels of power, various styles of driving, and it's all really exciting to watch. So once these guys get around the track, they'll get into it, and we'll get some fun stuff to watch for you guys.
We had thumbs up from one of the camera folks. We had Sam Posey, motorsport legend Sam Posey, join us yesterday for a rare interview, and he got a chance to ride with Michael Essa in the FCP Euro BMW drift car, and holy cow, he had such a good time, and it was one of the most unique laps he's ever had around Lime Rock Park, and he has done thousands all the way as far back as the 1950s. So it was really a passing of the torch in motorsports land, right? I mean, we do things differently here at Gridlife. It's about motorsports inclusion, giving context for the grip drivers that these drift cars are going fast and they're doing it in style, and that's something that can really be appreciated on the full course that we do here.
Yep, absolutely. We got a good shot of all the fans here lining up to watch them drifting, happening just a couple feet away right there. You get a nice outside angle from that nice wide sweeper, turn 3, and a good angle on turn 1 and 2 right here that we see this faction driver coming around to kind of show us the track. So this is turn 2. This is the transition from 2 into 3 here. It's the only left-hand corner on the whole track.
You know what they call it? The left-hander.
Wow, self-explanatory. I lose a lot of points for not knowing that one.
Well, look, this is one of those tracks. A lot of tracks in England are like this too, where they don't name them by corners. They name them by, they just give them names. So turns 1 and 2, they call that just Big Bend. There's left-hander. I think it's just the right-hander over at turn 4, the no-name straight of all things, heading up into the uphill at turn 5. Then turn 6, they call that West Bend, and then turn 7, they call that the downhill. All pretty explanatory.
Yeah, you got to give them a lot of credibility for that creativity there on that one.
It helps. It does.
All right, here we go. Getting some cars off the line. Let's see how they go drifting.
That looks like that's the Cressida again. Brad Roach. Yes, no?
I think so, yeah. Followed by, hard to see, but here we go. Oop. It's okay. Second try at initiating there. Maybe he's still warming up the tires, too.
There he goes.
Here we go.
Little bit of a slide.
Ooh. Beautiful work from this S13 behind him. Coming in hot, good fitment. I like this car a lot.
Yeah, they're trying to feel out the grip for sure.
Yeah.
Very different track conditions than yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a lot hotter today. I think by now there's a lot of this scrub is off the track, so it's going to be a lot cleaner surface. So overall, maybe a little greasier, but probably more traction than yesterday, a little bit.
Big Bend already lighting up the smoke here at Lime Rock Park, a site that hasn't been seen before at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival. And into the left-hander now. Everyone just getting comfortable, figuring out how to initiate here with the hot track that we didn't really have yesterday, at least not to this extent.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing a really good job here. It's still maybe just warming up to it. We've got this convertible Z, though. He's pouring on the smoke. He's coming in hot, right into the viewing zone.
And back
Excellent
to the left.
work.
Nice transition, stitched it really well together.
Keeping it up, keeping it going.
Can he carry this all the way through 4?
The interesting thing I'm seeing a lot here is sometimes you'll see a little bit of tire smoke coming off of the front wheels, and even though they're rear-wheel drive, that'll happen when those get hot and they're left foot braking. So notably, Ryan Turk here has been doing a lot of that. You can notice it right there in that FPV angle. A lot of left foot braking, especially in turn 4. And that's something you don't really see a lot of in grassroots drifting, like minimally, but a lot of pro drivers in America will be doing that.
The footwork is always really fun to watch. And one thing that I didn't understand, coming from the grip world, is when you pull that handbrake, your rear tire's locked. So you got to get the clutch in so you don't stall the car.
Oh, 100%.
Which is, it makes total sense when you say it like that, but that's just something you wouldn't, as a grip driver, I wouldn't necessarily think of.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to stall that car, especially mid-drift. That will ruin you. And if you're in tandem, someone's going to pile up. Someone's going to crash into you. But yeah, so a lot of the times with the lower horsepower cars, you'll rip the e-brake, put the clutch in for that, and then you can also get your revs up. So you're basically getting the e-brake in to lock up the wheels and then dumping the clutch to just keep that power up and the wheel speeds up and, make some exciting drifting.
There's Robert Thorne slipping and sliding the ASM, the bright orange BMW, and he carried a ton of angle through the right.
Smoky. Beautiful work there. Cooling it down in the back straights. Is that no-name straight?
That is no-name straight.
Ooh, beautiful Car Modify Wonder S14 here. It's a little bit smoky, hard to see, but it should be going into the audience, the spectator area right here. They probably have a better view than we do at this point.
I think they do. We're looking through the smoke, trying to decipher what's going on, but nice initiation into 3.
Oh, yeah.
Whoop. A little early. Had to bail out.
Got to do what you got to do. Got right back into it. I appreciate the commitment.
And it's tricky to link Big Bend and the left-hander because there's a little bit of a straight between them, but it's not quite enough where you'd want to manji back and forth. You want to stitch it together, but it's a pretty far distance from the exit of Big Bend to the beginner of the left-hander. Yeah. So you really got to keep the revs up and keep those tires spinning to make sure you got control to swing the car back around the other way.
Yeah, it's definitely deceptive, and it's always tricky in drifting to gain speed in mid-drift. So for these lower horsepower cars or mid 200 to 300 horsepower cars to link that takes a lot of skill.
And back to the right for the right-hander, trying to get the angle out.
Yeah, we're looking at Derek Richardson here. Did an excellent little lap right there.
Yeah, just toe in the water there with the angle, but now there comes everybody down the front straight. Nick Swan, who's letting everybody through, has moved off to the side and is letting everyone on through. And here we go into 1.
Like this is PJ Pendergast here initiating. He's got a sweet FC. This is who I was telling you about earlier. So he bought this car in Japan to drive with Team Sexy Nights drivers and do some events there. I'm not sure how many he did, but then after he finished driving there, decided I'm going to keep this and ship it back to the States. So this is a right-hand drive FC that he bought in Japan, drove with one of the more iconic grassroots teams in Japan, and then brought it back here to keep going.
That's really cool. Love affair with the car.
I don't think you really see that as much. Like, obviously, people are importing cars, but to have driven it there, driven on tracks in Japan, and then bring it here, that's really special.
It's got a history and is right in line with the Circuit Legends concept here this week.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. We've got a little tandem train going on here. A couple of S chassis doing business. Looks like Jeff Stone back in the back. I think that's Tom Nazzaro in second there.
And I don't think it can be understated how fast the first couple corners at Lime Rock are. It's tricky to tandem at that high speed.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see what these guys are doing for the entry speeds. I was talking to Essa when we were setting up on Thursday, and he was saying he'll enter here upwards of 100 to 120 miles an hour.
That's cooking.
Yeah. So that's third or fourth gear. And if you're in fourth, I'm wondering they might be having to also downshift into third to get around this sweeper. And they're definitely downshifting in the inside sections here of 3 and 4. So that's just one more handwork and footwork thing to add to the equation of this driving.
If you have a sequential, that's one thing. You have an old-fashioned H pattern, that's a whole other thing.
Oh, yeah.
Sideways and sliding, and getting the gear and getting the shifter into the right gear has got to be a challenge sideways and smoky.
And another thing you don't often really consider is that your transmission is on urethane mounts unless you have it hard mounted into the car. So when you're grabbing gears and in sideways G's, managing your revs, trying to keep it in a slide, that transmission's moving around a little bit too. So your gears aren't always going to be right where you think they're going to be. And it's tricky to make sure you get that thing into gear. You need a nice positive feel to that shifter to have some confidence.
The whole drivetrain will torque around quite a bit in the body, so you have to really be accounting for that.
Mm-hmm. And obviously in pro cars, it's not really an issue. But again, we have a mix of drivers here from grassroots to pro.
We have, definitely. We've got a representation from all different budget levels here.
Yeah.
Some of the pros and some of the drivers that are just getting into it or have been doing it for a little while in a car that might not be prepped as well or to the extent that the pro cars are. And then you're fighting low horsepower. You're working harder in a low horsepower car than a high horsepower car because the pro cars, they probably drive better sideways than they do in a straight line.
And it's similar to Time Attack, where a lot of people say they'll have more fun in like a Honda Fit than they will in their super high horsepower cars because it's more of the driver experience.
It's a challenge.
And it's all about your inputs. It's all about the fine kind of details and the fine line between like overdriving and making it happen.
My experience riding with Chris Forsberg a couple seasons ago at our Alpine Horizon Festival was my first time in a drift car. And, it was shockingly violent when you change direction. And then once your directions change, it's shockingly smooth. One car going a little wide there at the entrance.
Yeah, what you're explaining there lines up perfectly with Nacho Cheese's entry right there.
Yeah, it's a violent initiation, but once you have the car balanced in the slide, it's extremely smooth, and then only the change in direction is where you really get the G-forces. So that was my biggest realization was that it's not as violent as you would think. It's actually a very delicate balance when you get the car turned up on its side like that.
And a lot of that has to do with how the chassis steers as well. So that's when you see like a lot of drift cars have a higher camber. It's because at lock, and with the Ackerman changes and everything, you want to have that grip and you want to have kind of the tire grabbing in a specific way that helps the car just kind of steer itself and stay stable at angle versus trying to be forward and
And for those that have never been exposed to drift before, a lot of the pro drift cars you'll see with a much wider track in the front, meaning that their front tires are spaced much further apart. They've got steering angle kits to allow the wheels to turn even more. To and past 90 degrees, it seems like in some instances. But, the front end modification to the suspensions in those pro cars is unbelievable. And it just makes it easier.
Yeah, 100%. I think the highest I've seen on a steering angle kit is like 82 to 83 degrees.
That's past 90.
It's insane.
That's math.
And to consider that you have to get the car, when you're transitioning out of that, to rotate in the other direction, the amount of actual swing that is for the rear end and how crazy that feels and how you have to manage getting it all the way around, that takes a lot of skill still.
All they need to do is figure out how to, those trackpad mice that have the roller ball, they got to figure that out.
A couple of front street drivers doing a little
off-roading?
Yeah, I was going to say burst pass, but that was that was definitely just going off track. This is Tom Nazzaro and Jeff Stoneback right here laying it down. These guys, so the funny thing about Front Street is Jeff Stoneback, they call him the dad. There's Front Street dad of the club. And everyone else is the son. So we've got Father Jeff and the Front Street sons.
Not literal sons, but Sons nonetheless.
Selected family.
Selected family.
Yeah.
That's the grid life community in a nutshell, whether it's drift or elsewhere.
Yeah.
You select your family.
Drone
to the
down.
grass.
Drone
to the
down.
grass. Trouble.
It's only a matter of time. I think he's
Contact.
got like 6 more in his cabinet, so
That's good.
We'll get some more shots here in a second. This is a beautiful E36 here laying down some smoke.
Had a moment in front of Chen's camera car a couple minutes ago.
Yep.
Actually aggressive.
Here's one of our Cressler drivers again, chucking it in. Little baby chucks.
Whoa.
Little smoky. Who's laying down that smoke? That's your ASM driver in front there?
It might be Robert Thorne, potentially, if it's the orange BMW, just out of frame.
Man. We see a lot of these Crestas. I think these are MX-80 chassis, MX-83 chassis in California as well. They're super popular. But they're all so clapped out there. Like, the paint is usually really bad or like rattle can paint. That's one thing I really appreciate about the East Coast drivers. All the car styling is on point.
Look at this. This is a car we saw damaged really early yesterday, suspension damage.
Still looks like he's working out the kinks. This is Yuki Wada in R34 four-door of Team Night Call. He, our first day, first session.
Whoa, a little wide.
Whoa.
He's off. Trouble at turn 3.
There you go.
And spins across the racetrack.
Got to keep that grass nice.
Got to keep it nice.
Looks like he's able to get back on track with no problems, so we'll see him around a little more in this session, hopefully.
Yeah, just
That's
working
a
up.
Beautiful car.
It is really pretty. A little dustier now than it was about 30 seconds ago, but that's all part of it.
Yeah. Another beautiful car, Type X S13 going around here.
Following a Miata, of all things.
Super popular car to start in. I don't see a lot. I think Danny George was maybe the only professional FD Pro Miata that I have seen in my lifetime or can remember. Actually, Mad Mike Wadette from New Zealand also was running a ND Miata. I can't remember what his name was. It was like Rad Bull or something. That was rotary swap.
I remember seeing that car, actually.
Yeah.
You know, another car that we're not seeing a ton of here, I know because they're relatively new, is the Toyota GR86. There's a pro car there. There's also a Toyota GR Supra now. So, you know, there's some of those cars that we'll probably see down the line a little bit more of.
Yep. I know Ken Gushi's running a GR86. I think Daiyoshi Hara has a GR86 converted FRS.
Yeah.
Or 86 chassis,
Cool.
which was interesting. I saw one of his mechanics. They just chopped off the front end and put the new front end on.
Interesting.
I think it was an Artisan Spirits or Varus kit that they put onto that car. Really interesting. I wonder how much of those chassis are still the same.
Yeah. Again, it's a car that I think we'll see more and more of. I mean, I think that the 86 chassis is, you know, maybe this generation's S13 or
100%.
You know, or Miata. I mean, it's a grip car, it's a drift car, it can be any of the above.
Yeah, and given a few years' time, too, I think we'll see the prices come down on those, especially if they can get the production numbers up. That's huge for the price, just the availability of the car.
I think the only downside to it is the motors aren't exactly built for this kind of thing.
Right.
But, you know, if you got the skills to swap things out and K-swap it or put some ridiculous V8 LS or whatever, what have you in it, you can make it what you want it.
And the reason why a lot of the chassis that you see nowadays that are popular, like the S13s and the E36s or FCRX7s, Crestas, it's all about the availability. Like in Japan, I had the pleasure of going over there in 2017 to watch Matsuri at Meihan. And some of the drivers there and some of the people involved in the culture there, they're just talking about how it's all about the availability of the parts. Like everyone there, sure, it's S13s, and to us here, they look like these iconic pinnacle cars, but to them, they were a dime a dozen, and that's why you see so many. So it's only a matter of time until that's the FRSs and the BRZs. Right now, I think currently that's like an i300 or a 350Z for us in the States.
Big plume of dirt. We got cars off at Big Bend.
It's funny how dramatic the dirt drops look, and then they just keep going.
They keep going, indeed.
Yeah,
it is funny because it's this huge plume of smoke, and it looks like, you know, explosion of dirt, and it's just dropping a tire for 2 seconds. That's all it takes.
I got to find the name for this driver in here. That's a S14.9, which is a relatively new conversion where they convert the front end of the S14 to the S15 front clip, but also the rear end, the rear quarter pedals, and the rear tail lights, and they throw off a lot of people. I don't know, but in comparison to Stoneback has an actual S15, the main difference that you can tell just by looking at it is the quarter window. So in the S14, it still just slopes down. It's like a normal like Illuminati triangle. The S15 quarter window is a little more aggressive with a little swoop up just above the fender going into the...
One of those little details that if you know what you're looking at, you know what you're looking at.
Yeah, hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah.
JZX80 throwing it in here. We haven't seen a lot from this driver this event, but he looks like he's doing really well. I love his paint. I love
is that like the midnight purple
there.
sort of look?
It looks like it. It looks like it might be even a little bit darker. Definitely some type of custom color. Definitely a lot of flake going on. Pinnacle for drift style.
Looks fantastic.
Yeah.
That's part of it, though. The car's got to look good.
100%.
It's all about style points, man. You got to have it look dialed, and paint's a big part of that.
Yep. Oh, we just got a glimpse of Evan Turk there, and this is the third Turk. So Ryan Turk has a twin, Justin Turk, and this is Evan Turk, their younger brother. For a lot of years, and maybe even currently, he was like the rig commander for Turk's Formula Drift team, and he's a shredder as well. And so,
a little Manji down the no-name straight. That was
there we go. Let's see more of that.
We've seen. Yeah, everyone's been kind of cutting it off after turn 4, but I guess there's no reason you have to.
Nope. I think the whole track is open
for
drifting. So.
They're drifting West Bend, too.
There they go. We'll have to get one of our camera operators out there for a later drift session.
Yeah,
Here goes Evan.
I think a lot of drivers won't necessarily initiate. I mean, you see the marks, so they have been doing it, but not a lot of spectators in that particular area, so that all the show is in turn 3.
Yeah. Oh, big tandem train going through turn 3 right now, transitioning into turn 4. A couple of guys sticking into it.
Big angle there from what I didn't see what that was in the middle of the pack there. Was that?
Yeah.
What was that?
S14. That looks like S chassis, S13. Yeah, it's another S13. Or, no, whenever, yeah. So,
you had a big angle right in the middle of that tandem there.
Here's Stonebeck and Thorne. These are two of our higher horsepower drivers this weekend. You can tell just from the smoke pluming out. Let's see if he gives him room to transition. Damn, he's staying right on his quarter panel.
Ooh,
see if he can keep that angle up. Ooh. Beautiful work here.
Oh, this is the cleanest
tandem
we've
they're
seen.
getting into
right
it.
There.
Oh,
they almost touched mirrors
proximity.
At turn 4. Look at that.
Beautiful, beautiful work. That's some exciting driving. That's what we're here for.
That was the tightest tandem we've seen all weekend.
Hell yeah. Look, the drivers know what's up, dude. They're so excited. You can see fists out the window.
So fun, man. That's what it's all about, getting real close. I've had the pleasure of riding along in a tandem.
Yellow.
That was really cool. We do have a yellow flag.
On the back straight.
Interesting.
Anyways, back into the action. Rarely see some Miatas being able to tandem with any other longer wheelbase cars, so hopefully we'll see more from those two. They're getting a little spirited. Larry Chen chasing down a group of cars here. Let's see if they get into it. Just coasting for now.
I can't wait to see all the footage off this Supra.
Yeah.
You know, I know that I only ever see about maybe 3% of what comes off those cards, but you know there's got to be some gold on it.
Yeah, Larry Chen and his team shoot an insane amount of photos and videos. And a lot of the time they're distributed to the drivers, so you can see that from the drivers' like Instagram pages or social media as well. So that's a good place to look as well. But yeah, they work tirelessly during the event to get all that media, and then late into the night editing stuff, getting it out as soon as possible. Like, their turnaround speeds are insane for that stuff.
I mentioned our photographer team earlier. That included Chris Sullivan, Rob Wilkinson, Matt Marcoux, Zach Stern from Squatch Media, of course, Larry Chen and his team. And there are many, many more media members here that are bringing the pictures and video to the internet after this event. So big thanks to all the media members that are trackside in the heat, running around on golf carts or running around on foot, making the media for this event happen. So big thanks to all the media team kicking things off this weekend.
We got Tom Nazzaro here throwing it down. I love the look of this car, too. It's just perfectly executed. But yeah, the media guys, they're busting their ass out here. It's really hot. And while a lot of the spectators and drivers and their crews kind of sit in the shade, or like obviously it's hot in the cars, but they have more of the creature comforts. The media guys are out there in the sun. Like, you'll see them covered up with all the sleeves and the big sun hats looking like dorks. But it's all to get the fire footage and the best photos out of any motorsports, I would say. All come from the drift guys because they're super passionate about it.
All right, try a little tandem here. Here we go.
There we go. They're getting into it now. Beautiful work there, keeping the nose in a little bit. Transitioning into forward, diving in. Beautiful work. That's just some exciting driving right there. Little shot of the back straight here, coming around. I hear something going on in the front. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, they're definitely at it. You hear tires squeal.
Oh.
Okay, we found something.
Big off. Looks like Yuta's off. Off track again. Getting back on. We'll see. No flag, so that's good. He'll get that chassis figured out. It looks a little unstable. I'm sure he's just working out the kinks. It's beautiful to see R34.
He might have pulled off over to the curb on the inside.
Oh.
But we'll see how it goes. Looks like our eBay Motors boards have survived so far. That's good news.
Here's Tom Nazzaro again. Good angle, lots of smoke. Beautiful driving. He's got the little like GoPro attachment thing on the roof. Those are kind of funny. They're supposed to have like a little tail on them to keep the GoPro pointing straight. So even as you're drifting, obviously the car's rotating, the GoPro stays pointing in the direction you're driving. I don't know how well they work, but it's definitely a fun little gimmick.
Back into 3. Here comes the Miata, throwing it around a little bit.
Hell yeah.
A little Scandinavian flick to get that car rotated. And look, he's found a friend.
There we go. Let's see these guys drive together. I think this is the tail end of a bigger tandem train, too. I think I saw Evan Turk and a couple other S13s in there. Yep.
Down the no-name straight, cooling things off. Here we go. Some more angle on these cars.
Hell
this is
yeah.
onto the back straight for a
Kev
second.
FPV.
Ooh, going to get behind that hill. He's going to lose all your range behind that.
I didn't realize that car was. It looked like a V8 swap. Looked like it was a LS. It's always fun to see like the Japanese styled cars where they're at really kind of authentic styling with the graphics and the ride height and the body kits and the wheel fitment and everything, but then still have the V8 power plant in there. It's always fun to see. Little S14 action here. Kept his Zenki. Love to see it. Beautiful Origin kit. Beautiful vinyl action. Here we go with Tom Nazzaro again. Chucking it in. Let's see if usually the drone can keep up a little better than that. Come on, Kevin.
Get on there, Kevin.
Come on.
Rev it up. Rev up them drones. I have seen a drone go through a window of a car and come out the other side before.
What?
I have. That's a real thing. I promise. What? I think it was at Road Atlanta a couple of years ago.
Oh, was that for the what's that series called? The Falcon Tire RT660.
I don't remember. It was in the drift session.
Oh, it was.
I think they were doing the loop and he went straight through the window.
Damn, that's
came out the other
insane.
side. I don't know. Oh. I'm hearing it might have been Mr. Steel FPV that did that. And that was such a cool shot. It's not a shot I would try myself.
I wouldn't.
Smack the guy in the side of the head and it would be over real fast.
I wouldn't really give my permission to do that as a driver either. That's terrifying.
It is terrifying.
Yeah. Here. Oh, Evan Turk's coming back out.
There's Pete Collins from ASM. New livery on the car this week, the metallic blue.
I like the metallic.
Yeah, it really is cool.
Yeah, I hope the Time Attack guys adapt that too. That looks really nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
They all have a similar version of that same livery, just changing the colors out and the Illustrator color palette. You know.
I like that Tom's has the rainbow.
The
gradient
rainbow gradient,
now.
really cool.
Those guys trying to bring some style to Time Attack, which we definitely want to see more of as well.
Mike Herzen on track now in the FCP Euro Proving Grounds car.
Beautiful. That thing looks super fun to drive too. He's getting some chucks in there.
Really does. Doesn't have a ton of power, I think, so he's really having to huck it around for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Derek's headed back in. Yuta's headed back in. I'm not sure who that white S13 driver is. A lot of drivers going back in right now. Oh, got a couple of Front Street Suns coming out.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of drivers are dipping, maybe get another fresh set of tires, but they're getting also pretty close to the end of this particular session.
Got it.
So that's another thing to keep our eyes on. But it looks like we're getting a few more passing on through.
Sweet.
Keeping on the schedule for the rest of the day in terms of the on-track. After drift, we've got a break here in just a moment. Then we'll have GLTC Race 3 at 1:30, followed by our Legends leaderboard, our Legends Shootout at 2 o'clock. Then we'll have Drift again at 2:50, Track Battle at 3:15, GLTC Race 4 at 4:50, and then Drift again at 5:20 to wrap up the day here. But this is the last couple moments here of Drift before we take a very short break for lunch
DJ's
here
sending
shortly.
it. Yeah, thank you for having me on the booth again. I gotta go get in my Condor now.
All right, well, we'll see you there. You got like 20 minutes or so.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, well, we're gonna step aside for a couple of minutes. We'll be back at 1:30 for GLTC race number 3. That's coming up next here at Gridlife Circuit Legends.
Bye-bye.
Coverage of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is brought to you by Momo, made in Italy since 1964. And by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by eBay Motors. Let's ride. And by Falcon Tires. The Falcon Uzinas RT660 is the official tire of Club TR. And Pilot Transport, the official logistics partner of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
We're always chasing perfection. Protect your ride with graphene nanospray coating. Now, boost protection, shine, and slickness with Graphene Detailer. Level up your detailing game. Harness the power of graphene with 303.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
He saved at the pump!
Woo! Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advance Auto Parts. Learn more at advanceautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little?
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some.
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting the wedding. She's getting married, so.
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
racing. The Hightower pushes Jensen along the exit of turn number 4. This win, it's big slide. It's time to go racing at Gridlife Midwest. Hill side by side. O'Gorman around the outside now for the top spot. Tom O'Gorman goes to lead. 3 wide the lead.
This is great racing, folks. This is what this series is all about.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome back to Gridlife Circuit Legends. A little bit of a different voice and a different face on the stream. Kyle will be right back, but I'm Chris Stewart, co-founder of Gridlife, and I'm here with Skip Barber. And I just wanted to extend a thank you for allowing us to bring this event here to Lime Rock Park. It's such a legendary facility, has such an energy about it, and we're really, really grateful to be able to do this.
And it's turning out that we are really happy you're here.
I've
never been to one of your events. You know that.
Right.
And when I came yesterday, I thought, wait a minute, this is the 1990s. World Challenge used to be a very popular series here.
Right.
Then, basically for what then they called intermediate cars, the Acura, for example, was the king of the hill. These are the same model cars. They're not the same cars.
Right.
But so many nice cars, and I am so impressed. A great advantage over World Challenge is you have these wonderfully short races,
right?
Which I think all racing should be.
All right, yeah.
You also have some cars here with huge horsepower.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and I think you know, when we built GLTC, you know, originally we looked to you know, and this event as a whole, right, is about the era that got me into cars. You know, me and Adam, the other co-founder, you know, and the World Challenge was a big part of that, right? I remember having a poster of the real-time ITR on my wall, you know, and when we built the rule set for GLTC, we wanted to kind of replicate that energy, or at least what we remembered about it, you know, and to be able to like kind of start to bridge the gap and bring, you know, our series to Lime Rock Park, you know, and you open the doors, you know, to allow us to kind of build this concept is amazing, and we're so grateful.
But you got it better than they had it. No, seriously. The competitors are all happy. That's not right.
Well, that's another big part of you know, a part of the Gridlife community is all about energy and vibe, and you know, and trying to kind of break down those barriers so that, you know, we're all a part of this same community, which is you know, automotive and passion.
And I like mixing the drifting with it.
There we go. Yeah.
And I like the fact that your audience, I hate the word demographic, your guys are younger than our normal crowd. That's terrific.
Yeah.
And if I hear one more guy say, "This place is so wonderful. I live down the street, but I've never been here."
Right. No, but that's it. Now they've been here, right? So like, and that's you know, such a magical place. We want to, you know, kind of make sure that we show it to as many people as possible. So, and we're getting ready for GLTC Race 3. So I thank you again. You know, for allowing us to come here and being such a champion of what we do. And we're going to turn it back over to Kyle and GLTC Race 3 coming up next.
Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival. It's now time for Gridlife Touring Cup, race number 3 of the weekend. Kyle Heyer will be joined shortly by Michael Essa here in the booth for our third of 4 races this weekend. Power to weight class, single class racing. Big, heavy cars with lots of power versus lightweight and nimble cars that don't have quite as much. It's been a phenomenal weekend of racing so far. Tom O'Gorman has won both races so far. He will start on pole for race number 3. Michael S. is joining me now. Here's the starting lineup. Tom O'Gorman rolls off first in the number 94. Eric Cattell starts in second in the number 82 from Hybrid Racing. Andy Smedegard starts third in the number 212. Robert Thorne rolls off fourth for ASM in the number 180 BMW M3. In row number 3, it's Matt Waldbaum from ASM in the 2003 Honda S2000 and Ronnie Vidoc in the number 1 1999 Acura Integra. Row 4 is Austin Hurdle in the number 34 2013 Nissan Z, and Tyler Pappas starts 8th in the number 172 BMW. Row 5 is Zach Lavoie, and on the outside will be DJ Alessandrini in the 2009 Honda Civic. We'll let the rest of those scroll along the bottom of the screen. We'll welcome in Michael Essa. Michael, it's been a heck of a weekend so far. First of all, welcome to the booth. I know you've had a busy day, so thanks so much for joining me. It's going to be a wild race here, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. The races that we've seen so far have been action-packed. Last race was mostly yellow, unfortunately, but everybody's back out there and ready to go, so looking forward to see some good wheel-to-wheel action.
Yeah, we had about a 10-minute yellow flag period, but when we restarted, we had some great battles in the mid-pack here. But Tom O'Gorman, he's won 16 races this season. He's been dominant, so until we invert him and bury him in the field and give him something to work towards, those mid-pack battles are going to be the ones to watch, I think, for this race. So Matt Waldbaum, Luke McGrew is coming up through the field. Eric Meadows has had issues all weekend. He'll be battling back from 22nd, so lots of really exciting racing to watch. I think Nathan Brown's Volkswagen is on the is pacing this field right now.
Yeah, I saw him out there. That's awesome. It's so cool that you guys have different pace cars every for every group, and yeah, it's good to see. This field is crazy because there's just the variety of cars that are out there too.
It is actually Kevin Zhu in the 243. They've switched drivers again, so it was DJ Alessandrini, race 1, race 2, and Kevin Zhu will be in the car for the rest of the day. Eric Thompson's got a beautiful 1988 Toyota Celica that he is towards the tail of the field for the start of this one. 12 minutes will go on the clock. We can race up to 15, but the white flag can come out any time after that 12-minute mark, so it'll be a lot of fun to see how this race kicks off. Pace car is going to make the hard right onto pit lane here for Gridlife Touring Cup race number 3. Wheel-to-wheel racing. If you're not by the fence and you're here at the racetrack, you should be. Time to go racing for the 3rd time this weekend. GLTC. Tom O'Gorman, Eric Cattell, side by side. S2000 versus Honda Civic, door to door. Waiting for the green flag, and there it is. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Lime Rock Park. Robert Thorne immediately jumps. Driver's left, 3 wide down towards turn number 1 as they all storm down. Thorne and Cattell side by side. Still 3 wide as Thorne goes around the outside.
Yeah, Thorne's out there in the marbles, but he's hanging on to it, and let's see if he can, he just pulls ahead of him, but he's
here he comes.
Inside.
Big dive on Tomo into turn 3 in the left-hander, and Robert Thorne trying to go to the lead. Tomo's carrying 6% extra weight from his wins earlier in the weekend, and they're still drag racing door to door.
Man, that's some good tight racing, and both guys are being super heads up and leaving each other room, and that's awesome to see.
Now towards the uphill, looks like Lavoie and Waldbaum are battling mirror to mirror now as they head into the uphill now for the first time. Thorne on the outside. O'Gorman clears him on the uphill. Now to West Bend. Cattell side by side with Andy Smedegard. Looks like Andy and Eric will still remain that way through West Bend. And behind them, Ronnie Vidoc in the number 1 Integra as they're hunting them down.
Yeah, Gorman's got some ponies in that thing because he, they were side by side just drag racing, and he just pulled a car ahead of him. So let's see how they do in the corners here.
He's carrying rewards weight from his wins earlier this weekend. It's going to hurt him. Now Thorne goes around the outside. O'Gorman's front bumper is kind of buffeting up and down there. Still nose to tail now as looks like Thorne's going to tuck in tight. Smedegard wide, dropped a tire in the dirt. Look at this battle for the top spot, though, in GLTC.
Oh,
Tomo slips, and
wiggle.
Thorne is there.
Yeah, I mean, he was right there, trying to capitalize on that wiggle, but there's just not enough room and not enough time to make it happen there. Let's see if he can get a little bit of a run here.
Now can Eric Cattell reel him back? And look at Ronnie Vidoc. He's gotten his way into 4th place now, past Smedegard. In the background, there is Salil Shukla battling Matan Rosenberg for 9th place. S2000 versus Miata back in P9. But, Michael, this has been a spectacular race so far up front.
Yeah, it's been really good up front. And, I mean, you can see some of the mid-pack guys are just as close. There's 3 or 4 cars just, stacked together, battling it out there.
Onto the front straight. Tom goes defensive again. Thorne's going to chase him over to driver's right. Nose to tail. Waldbaum drops a tire. Hurdle approaching from behind. Here comes Thorne with a big sweep to the left and a late dive on the brakes.
I'm waiting for Thorne to give him a fake here and do that big pop out. Wait for O'Gorman to go back onto the racing line and then dive in at the last minute under brake. Let's see if he comes up with that move. I feel like that could be the only spot where he can get him. O'Gorman can just hold him up in these corners here because there's only really one line. So he can just kind of back off the throttle a little bit and then get a run out of this corner and have that little bit of advantage going into the uphill.
While these drivers battle for the lead, Luke McGrew has worked his way into 10th, had a serpentine belt issue in race 1, engine overheated in race 2, but in race 3 he has clawed his way forward and is in the top 10, just ahead of Eric Jensen in an LS Swap FRS. Matt Corrins is right behind, running in 12th. A fantastic run for the orange and purple car out of Canada. A long trip down for them. But in the lead, O'Gorman has it, but it's not running away like he was in the first 2 races of the weekend.
Yeah, so you said it was like a 3% weight thing, and that's, what, 2 of them now? So he's got an extra,
6%?
Yeah.
It's a lot of weight.
A lot of weight extra on that thing.
And it is definitely hurting him. It's going to cost the tires a lot of heat later in this race. It's a short race, Michael, but as you add weight, you're just going to overheat the tires, especially the left side tires here at this mostly right-turning circuit. And Robert Thorne, he's got a little rewards weight as well, but not as much as Tom.
Yeah. I mean, it's super, super close, and this track's tight and really hard to pass on. So we'll see. It's basically Thorne waiting for O'Gorman to make that little bit of a mistake to where he can get a run on him.
Look at the background. Vidoc in the Integra and Andy Smedegard in the 212, the ASM Trainer 2. And look at Dustin Barty and Salil Shukla. This is a great battle for second. Civic versus S2000. One rear-wheel drive, one wrong-wheel drive down the backstretch.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that, the Miata that got on the inside curb. You could see how it affected the car. It bounced off pretty hard. So some of these curbs are pretty gnarly.
Lots of dust kicking up around the racetrack now over the crest at turn 5. The lead battle has fizzled for now, but mid-pack there's still lots of shuffling and shifting going on through the field. And up over the crest at 5, a couple cars a little bit deeper in the field, but O'Gorman leads Thorne by 0.6 of a second. It does seem like Thorne is beginning to fade. He was driving so aggressively, Michael, I have to wonder if he was beating up his tires.
I think so. I mean, you saw those couple little bobbles he had. And whenever you have that, you're just getting those temperature spikes in the tires, and it's really hard to cool them off when you're battling. So we'll see if that comes back to bite him later.
Smedegard got back by Vidoc in the number 1 Integra, so move Andy back to 4th. Here's Lisa Keys. She's battling for 26th right now. Kevin Lero in the 68th just behind. And here's Dustin Barty and Shukla going at it. And Eric Meadows, Zach Lavoie, and Eric Thompson all fighting for position. This is a little bit further back in the field for about 19th place, but they're still racing just as hard. Meadows with a huge run on Lavoie.
Little tap there, too. So he had a big run, and he just gave him a little tap on the bumper.
And they're going to head up towards the uphill now as O'Gorman leads Thorne now by about 0.9 of a second, slowly advancing that lead. But the battle for position behind them for about 19th place, that was where all the action was at there, Michael.
Yeah, there's a lot going on back there. I wonder if, the leaders here, if Thorne is just backing off a touch, cooling his tires down, still trying to keep the pressure on O'Gorman, but just to kind of set him up and just, give him a little room and then just really come on strong and kind of, try to catch him sleeping if you can do that.
Into turn 1, big lockup from a car in front of Lavoie, but he sneaks by Kevin Zhu. That was, I think, the 898 of Brian DeFries that chucked his big Civic down the inside, and it worked. He moves forward and has Zach Lavoie now trailing him through turn number 3. A big slide for DeFries.
Yeah, front-wheel drive, sliding around, that's something I'm not too familiar with.
Oh, little squeeze there as Lavoie slips up and Kevin Zhu's on the attack now. This is a Civic Sandwich S2000 in the middle. And Eric Meadows watching from behind, seeing it all out the windshield. Look at his lips here, Michael. He sees it.
Yeah, that's a good battle in the middle of the pack there.
5 minutes remaining here in GLTC race number 3. Robert Thorne has eaten into the lead that O'Gorman had. It's now only half a second. It was 0.9 of a second. So did Thorne cool his stuff back down enough to relaunch an attack on the race leader? Look at this fight still. They continue to battle door-to-door. Lavoie, DeFries, Zhu, Eric Meadows, and more. Here comes Eric Thompson with a big lunge, and Rob Gagliardo. We saw him have some issues in race 2. We're 3 wide down the front straight. Into turn 1, Meadows on the outside, Thompson on the inside. This is GLTC at its finest, a big cloud of smoke. That was Salil Shukla that went off in the dirt. DeFries now drops some tires as Thompson works his way around the outside.
Yeah, these guys are having a blast, man. I mean, they're not up front, but it doesn't even matter because they are just like wheel to wheel, stacked up, double wide through the corners. It's pretty awesome.
Fantastic stuff. Meadows now trails Brian DeFries. Both of those drivers had long drives here. DeFries from Texas, Meadows from I don't know where Eric Meadows is from Indiana somewhere. But they continue to battle up towards the front and deeper in the field. Half a second is the gap now between the two leaders. Catil 4.5 seconds back. But this 19th place battle has been the highlight of this race. Catil has just dropped a spot to Smedegaard, so move Andy up into 3rd place over the 82, the hybrid racing EG.
Yeah, I mean, even, we're about 8 or 10 minutes into this race, and their packs are still tight. There's still good racing going on.
Yeah, some of the drivers have gotten a little room to themselves, which I'm sure is a relief after battling as aggressively as they have been. You see Catil now dropping 3-4 car lengths behind Andy Smedegaard. But about 4 minutes remaining, and up front is still pretty volatile with Thorne less than a half a second behind O'Gorman. The slightest mistake or overheating tires could take O'Gorman out of this race lead very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the base weight is on both of those cars. If the E36 is just heavier to begin with, and Thorne's tires have gone off more than O'Gorman's.
Yeah,
it's a second now, so Thorne might have had a little bit of a mistake, or O'Gorman just had some really good corners and pulled a little bit bigger gap.
I think O'Gorman's car is around 2,800 pounds in its normal configuration. I think Thorne's is a little more than that. Yeah. So there's the difference there and the power to weight balance that is Gridlife Touring Cup, but it makes for a very intriguing race. This is a track, this is one of the smallest tracks that we've competed on. The only other 1.5 mile or less track is Alpine Horizon's Pikes Peak International Raceway. That's about 0.9 miles around. But that's a very different style course, a lot more point and shoot and less carrying speed.
Yeah, this is a very flowing racetrack where it's it's probably like a 4th gear almost the entire time. Just really, really carrying speed through the corners is how you get a fast lap here.
So across the start-finish line, still 3 minutes remaining. Look at Smedegaard closing in. I'm not sure he's going to get there, but he's going to knock this lead down some more. And I see some lap traffic coming.
Yep, this is where it's going to get exciting.
So O'Gorman leads, but he's got lots of traffic. This is going to get really spicy, Michael. I can't wait, as O'Gorman has won both races so far this weekend, but he has a tall task ahead of him. Get through the lap traffic and don't let Robert Thorne steal your thunder and get his 2nd win of the season.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down to luck on where you catch the lap traffic. You can get parked in a corner and it's all over, or you can get him on a straightaway and be able to, get by him easily. Depends on how heads up those guys are in the back of the pack.
O'Gorman now sees the blue flags for the drivers ahead of him that are going to go a lap down, and Tomo is going to have to navigate this very carefully here. We've got enough time left. We're going to have 2, maybe 3 laps remaining. You see the blue flag in the hand of the corner worker at the exit of turn 7, and here we go, lap traffic. Tomo's going to try to split the difference here between Clayton Fitzpatrick and Lisa Keys and go right down the middle. Thorne is going to follow. Next car on the list, I think that's Nick Zhang in the Civic up front.
Yeah, so they're probably going to catch him in 4. Hopefully he'll get out of the way here.
Here comes Tomo. He's stuck.
Oh, yep, he got stuck. So that's going to allow Thorne to really put some pressure on now.
Here comes Robert Thorne right to the rear bumper. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. The lap traffic has played into this race, and Tom is feeling the pressure from Robert Thorne. Both of these drivers have experience in Pirelli World Challenge at various levels and touring cars at various levels. Tomo and Robert Thorne have wins to their name in professional racing, and they're here at Lime Rock Park in GLTC doing battle at the Bull Ring.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the lap traffic if they're going to get through it quickly. But I think that's Thorne's only hope right now, is just hoping that O'Gorman gets caught up and he can get some sort of move done and pass him.
Minute and 20 seconds remaining. Should be 2 laps to go this time by. Not quite yet the final lap. Thorne is only a couple of tenths of a second behind. 4 tenths is the difference as they head into Big Bend. And if he can just make Tom make a little mistake, he will pounce. But mistakes are not something that Tom does very much.
Yeah, no, I mean, these guys are good drivers, and they're driving these cars 10 tenths. So, it could be some marbles on the track. It could be the traffic, but there's all these things that are playing in also besides just their cars and their skill.
Look at the ground that Tom gained through 3 and 4. He's got this car just absolutely gripped through the left and right-handers. And more lap traffic is on the way. Behind them, no major battles inside the top 10. But the closest one is the one for the top spot. And actually for 5th and 6th, Vidok and Waldbaum having a pretty good scrap for position.
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't think they'll get the checker on this lap.
No. we should get a notification for a white flag. And again, when our timer runs out, that doesn't mean that we have to be finished. We can go an extra lap or two. This time, though, we will get the white flag, and we will go 1 lap to go here at Lime Rock Park in GLTC Race 3 to the inside. Tomo will squeeze on down, and Thorne has lost a lot of ground on that particular lap.
Yeah, he lost a bit of room, and I don't think it's going to happen. He's caught up now, so that gap's going to get just a little bit bigger. But there's more lap traffic coming up, so we'll see.
It's not over yet. White flag is waving, and there's the gap. It's about 10 car lengths now from O'Gorman back to Thorne. O'Gorman has swept all the races so far. This one he's had to work a lot harder for, though, as they come up the no-name straight for the final time and into the uphill. So Tomo works his way now down the hill for the final lap. Tom O'Gorman, for the 17th time this season, he had to work hard for this one. More lap traffic ahead, but Tom will do it again. Robert Thorne just needed a couple more laps and a little more luck to get by him. Tom wins, Thorne second, Smedegaard in third, Catil in fourth, then Ronnie Vidoc in the number 1 comes home in 5th. That was a great battle with him and Waldbaum all the way to the checkered flag. And look at these two teammates celebrating what was a fantastic race.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Just some really clean heads-up driving. They both pushed each other hard at the end.
Waldbaum actually got by Vidoc on the final lap. So switched him around. Waldbaum up by 0.04 of a second over Vidoc at the end. That had to be a great battle to the line. Then Austin Hurdle 7th, Tyler Pappas in the 172 8th, Luke McGrew 9th, and Rosenberg in 10th. Let's look at the rest of the results here in just a moment. And so far this weekend, Tom has been the only one to have his smiling face on the results graphic. But race 4, we're going to take a random invert of the top third of the field. So Tom's going to get put somewhere deep in the field and have to fight his way back through.
Oh, that's going to be fun to watch. I mean, as a driver, it's going to stress you out. You get put in the back and you still want to get that win, but it's going to be good to see him just, fighting out with cars that are a little bit slower and making those moves and just kind of the whole racecraft that they're going to have going on to get by these cars.
Eric Jensen, 11th. Charles-Andre Bilodeau in the number 26. That's that EcoBoost Ford Mustang. 12th place for him. Down the order a little bit. How about Kevin Zhu, Eric Meadows, and the rest of that group? They had a spectacular battle amongst themselves, Michael. I mean, I know it was for 19th place, but boy, they probably have the biggest smiles on their face right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's great about this class. The field is so big, and it doesn't really matter where you're at. You're going to have cars around you to race with and have that wheel-to-wheel action. Obviously, everybody wants to win, but, if you're out there by yourself and you're winning the race and you're 10 seconds ahead, it's, you're doing parade laps, basically. Be out there wheel-to-wheel, pushing each other around is really where the fun's at.
Well, up next is going to be our Circuit Legends Shootout in about 10 minutes' time. Michael, thanks so much for joining me here in the booth. It was an absolute pleasure to have you. I know it was a quick one, but that's how we do it here in GLTC.
Yeah, no, I love the sprint races. I mean, the start of the race and the first few laps are usually the most exciting, and then cars get spread out, and it gets a little boring in the middle. But here, it's just so short. Everything happens so fast, and but there's a lot of races, so it works out really well.
Race 4 is going to be up later today. Next up will be the GridLife Circuit Legends Shootout at 2 o'clock, about 10 minutes from now. We're going to jump off the air for just a moment. We'll be back at 2. I'll be with Adam Jabay, one of the co-founders of GridLife, to call this next session. GridLife Circuit Legends Shootout up next. Coverage of GridLife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Momo, made in Italy since 1964. And by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by eBay Motors. Let's ride. And by Falcon Tires. The Falcon Azenas RT660 is the official tire of Club TR. And by Pilot Transport, the official logistics partner of GridLife Circuit Legends. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends Festival goers, welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends here in Lakeville, Connecticut. Kyle Heyer now joined by Adam Jabay here in the booth, co-founder of GRIDLIFE. Adam, we're getting set for one of the most anticipated on-track sessions all weekend, the Legends Shootout. Some of the most significant cars from a chassis and motorsports perspective are about to head out on the racetrack one at a time and take a few laps timed just to see how they do and talk about their significance.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of super unique cars here. We've been trying to find cars that we knew about or we have heard about or have been in our world for many, many years. Anything and everything, super diverse crowd of cars, and we're pretty excited about it.
Very, very excited. The cars include a very clean 2000 Acura Integra Type R, Eric Cattill's 1992 Honda Civic EG race car, Matt Williams in a 2008 Honda Fit. We'll talk about the significance of that particular car in a little bit. Larry Chen in a 1992 Nissan R32 GTR, and many, many more.
I think that's actually an R33.
R33.
Typo,
right.
yeah.
We're going to talk about GTRs in general.
Yep.
I promise I've got some material on all of these cars. I'm sure Adam, you do as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think our first car up should be the Speed Academy, the 98 Integra Type R. 270,000 kilometers on this car. Sideswiped. It was pretty much neglected, languished in a barn. They found it. A buddy had it, and they repaired it for the YouTube channel. They soda blasted and cleaned the whole underside of this car and literally found zero rust. 270,000 kilometers in Canada, no rust on this car. Beautiful restoration. They say it's one of the cars that they will never get rid of. So gorgeous Valvoline livery on it too. Really, really cool throwback Valvoline.
And it's been running has it been running in Time Attack?
They did Time Attack a little bit, and they've been kind of just playing with it in HPD. It's virtually a stock ITR. Looking at a B18 C5 engine and trans, all the great bolt-ons, the ice box, the PLM, TA header, all the really cool stuff.
So in just a moment, we're going to kick things off. Again, each car, each driver will get a handful of laps. They're going to go out one at a time. There's be a little overlap between the two, but we're going to talk about each car individually as they make their laps around here at Lime Rock Park. It is timed, so if you head to racehero.io and you're at the racetrack, you can look up the timing and scoring. If you're joining us remotely via Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube, we'll have timing and scoring up for you once cars begin to take their laps. The first car up will be David Pratt and his beautiful 2000 Acura Integra Type R with that period-correct Valvoline livery on it. And it is sitting in grid, waiting to go. And we're just a couple minutes or a couple seconds away from turning them loose.
Yeah, this is a great example of kind of a 2000s, early 2000s era period-correct build of an Integra Type R. Just all the basic bolt-ons, making this really, really good chassis right out of the box. Just a better, more fun all-around track car, street car, and it's just a cool example of, sort of the car that an enthusiast from 1999 would lust for, because it came out in 97 in the States, and just a gorgeous restoration. A lot of details on the Speed Academy website. I believe it's actually driven by Peter from Speed Academy with a buddy in the seat. He got less seat time today, so Dave handed it off to him. But just an awesome, awesome build. Incredible bodywork. If you haven't seen it, it's incredible bodywork and quote-unquote 181 wheel horsepower of VTEC poppin'. So Dave is super excited about this build.
Some information about the Acura Integra. Originally, it was Acura's lightest and smallest and least expensive model. It was lightweight and offered nimble handling along with that classic high-revving Honda motor. The third-generation car, which this is an example of, was powered by the venerable B18 power plant. The Type R model was originally offered in 1995 in Japan, but in the U.S. market in 1997, and it offered a highly tuned, hand-finished engine, which originally made 195 horsepower, meaning it had more horsepower per liter than the Ferrari F355 V8 at the time.
Yeah, for a long time, that was like one of the highest horsepower per liter naturally aspirated engines ever until the S2000 came along, and I think they were about the same. But this thing, when I stood next to it in the paddock when it pulled up, I thought, it's just better than I thought it could be. Like, it's so flawless. Just all the cool little bolt-ons. It's even got some Lexan in the hatch to lightweight to lighten some things up. I really like the raised gram lights, the 57 DRs. That's one of the best looking wheels on this chassis car. And the white on white, it's just so clean. But these cars, especially 97s back in the day, a couple of years earlier, so many got stolen or crashed. I mean, the 97s, I think in the U.S. there's less than 150 around anymore. They only sold like 344 or 444 or something like that. Really low production model. All the cool little pieces, like there's extra bracing in the trunk. There is the factory dampers are a little bit lower, a little bit better. Springs are a little bit stiffer. They have a 5-lug versus a 4-lug. They actually, parts been engineered a little bit. The calipers, the notorious Integra Type R calipers, are actually CRV and Accord calipers, which just a little bit bigger, a little bit better. These cars were, they were the thing that when I was 18, it was a poster on the wall car for me. So.
You also can't really mention the Acura Integra Type R in racing without talking about real-time racing.
Right.
We'll quickly touch on that. They had previously run Hondas and Acuras in the SCCA World Challenge Touring Car Series. They ran the ITR and won championships with it in 1997, 1998, 2000, 2001, and 2002, and won Acura its first 4 World Challenge Manufacturers Championships. It became the most successful car model in World Challenge history and scored more wins, poles, and championships than any other model before it or since.
And a really fun fact about the real-time car: one was fully restored, and we actually had it in our booth at WECFest. So fully restored. We had it at WECFest in Chicago. Really beautiful car. We've got another Honda Civic here, similar chassis. Definitely a gorgeous time attack car. This car has been built and rebuilt and built again. Chris Boersma, a late addition here to our top 10 shootout. And I rode by it on the golf cart this morning and thought, that's a car that it's been around us. It's been around different time attack series, global time attacks, been all over the country, several Canadian series, and it's just such a cool build. B18 powered, dog box, Albin's gearbox. This car has he's been developing it for years. A 99 Canadian model Civic SIR, which would have basically been similar to the USDM SI, so B16 from the factory. This thing is it's track mod car with us and has been with us for a long time.
Next car up is the Nissan 350Z. This is a high aero 350Z, Damian Dabrowski's car. This is the 5th generation of the Nissan Z line, entered production in 2002, finished in 2009. This car was the car of choice for some teams in Grand Am for the 2003 season. It won championships in the GT500 class with a VQ30 V6 until a V8 was later built. But this car, there's not a lot of 350Z left in it.
No, it's basically a floor pan, and I think the roof structure, I actually got a ride in this last year at a DE that we hosted as a benefit day for our buddy Mikey. Unbelievable carbon. Everything is carbon built in-house at Exact Performance in Chicago area. Damien's headed out at several time attack events. This is one of the highest aero cars we've ever had. Factory engine. And at Gingerman, he basically didn't brake for 5 at all, which people who know Gingerman, it's a pretty high braking zone. Unbelievable downforce.
It really is an amazing car. We've seen this at Gridlife's a whole bunch. The 350Z, though, as a car has been, we mentioned Grand Am, we mentioned the Super GT Championship, but also in drift. Tanner Faust was the first driver to achieve a perfect score of 100 in the D1 Grand Prix Drift Championship at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in 2006. So, yeah, they use these in wheel-to-wheel racing, they use these in drift, and they use them in time attack, which is a great example, Damian Dabrowski.
Yeah, it's such a good look to the CAD Aero look livery. Like it's, what do you call that? The wind tunnel design livery. It's just
kind of the Aero stripes or whatever
so
you want to call them.
Loudest car I've ever ridden in, actually, personally. Yeah, really, really cool build. Just it's also a stock engine, as we said. They are redesigning the chassis, and he's got several engines in mind for the next iteration of this build, and one of them definitely might be an IndyCar motor. So he's talking about a lot of things. We got Matt Williams, best known in the paddock for being one of the curators of our of our evening karaoke. I believe I said this to you the other day. I think this is the most winning time attack driver in grid life.
I think you're right about
of
that.
all time. Been with us since almost the start, and has a Club TR car. He has won events with the Club TR car, gorgeous RX-7. But this, to us, it's the entry level for time attack. It's also approachable. This car is quote unquote the best fit. Many people have driven it, and it's almost always at the top of the boards for spec fit.
So some that don't haven't seen our Sunday Cup class or are like, why is a Honda Fit out there? I have a Honda Fit. Well, here's why it's out here.
Because you have a Honda Fit.
Because you have the first generation Honda Fit uses Honda's global small car platform, and it's back to basics simple. It's bulletproof reliable. You can run these things for 500,000 miles. They won't break a sweat.
Literally bulletproof.
It was the Japan Car of the Year for 2001, 2002, 2007, and this model year 2008. It was the best overall value by Consumer Reports and 2009 Car of the Year finalist. Honda Fits competed in the SCCA World Challenge Touring Car Series in the B-Spec class, which is kind of a little bit of the inspiration for Sunday Cup.
Definitely. And B-Spec class cars now run in SCCA competition. They are currently legal when you put them on Falcon 200 Treadwear 205s.
Did you know that these engines are used in the single-seater F1600 Championship?
Yeah, and they actually sound kind of cool, too, when you uncork them. Just a great example of a really good all-around car to take your kids to school, and also he beats this thing up on the tail of the Dragon, lives miles away from there, and just one of the best dudes in the paddock. We really wanted to celebrate that. We think that this is real time attack, and without this series of time attack, the upper stuff, like the one thing we just saw, Damien's wild 350Z, it doesn't exist if we don't have a pile of these cars running around, building vibe and bringing people into the sport at an approachable level.
It is a good way to get into time attack. It is a good catch net for those that have done everything.
Also an incredible DE car. Lapped for days.
This is a Nissan GTR. This is piloted by Larry Chen. So the Skyline GTR, this is a very famous car in the JDM world. The Skyline GTR was first produced between 1969 and 1972, but the name was revived in 1989. And the Generation R32 competed in the Japanese Touring Car Championship 4 years in a row and had success in the Australian Touring Car Championship, which the Australian publication Wheels nicknamed the car Godzilla in its July 1989 edition. So that's where that comes from. This is an R33 GTR, by the way. But in North America, the GTR debuted at the 1994 Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It was so fast in the infield that the entire rest of the paddock said, this car can't be that fast. They had to put a restrictor on it, and then it finished 20th.
Yeah, this particular car, amazing, incredible 1995 spec paint job. It's bass boat style metal flake. It's got the biggest flake you've ever seen, but it's so smooth. Wild built engine. Features an early Greddy Trust sequential transmission, I think, which was built by Quaife back in the day. It was built as kind of a showpiece car for Greddy performance in Japan, and then sort of disappeared and was found again. I think it was in Portugal. In perfect condition, and they brought it back up to Greddy, California. It has been slowly being restored to period correct mods. This car was built to run the 300-kilometer record. This thing runs so fast. It's got, I think they said it's got a little over 1,000 horsepower to the wheels, and in '95 that was unreal. They didn't really even have quality tuning technology back then. They had multiple people on the dyno. They make a little bit of a pull. Somebody's looking at the gauge. Somebody's looking at this. They're pulling plugs. And it's such crude, simple stuff. But what a cool car. Just an amazing build.
Up next is going to be Jackie Ding, and he's one of our time attackers in our street modified category, running a 2019 Toyota Supra. The Supra has a long history. It was originally produced from 1978 to 2002 as Jackie goes for a big slide in turn 3. This is the 5th generation Toyota Supra that was co-developed with BMW. This car traces a lot of its roots to the 2000 GT with that inline 6 engine up front. But this new Supra, designed with BMW, I know it's not necessarily as pure for those that are all about that, but this B58 engine is absolutely unbelievable. Jackie Ding's car makes over 600 wheel horsepower.
It is so reliable, too. It's been such a beast this year, especially. He was competing in another event at New Jersey a couple weeks ago and said, I got a ticket for Mid-Ohio same weekend. Didn't load up the trailer, drove it to Mid-Ohio from New Jersey, and won his class in one session. Just a solid, reliable, unbelievable build. Spade Sport Aero and amongst a bunch of other friends of theirs. Just PhD Racing put so much work into this car. Just dialing it, AMS, all the engine development and stuff. A lot of carbon, a lot of lightweight. But just a monster of a car and unbelievably reliable, and Jackie drives it better than just about anybody else could.
He knows how to dance it on the edge of grip, and the Supra, again, one of those cars that is sort of associated with that JDM car, the driving through the expressways at night. Of course, the inline 6 power plant that is always you know, what the car that everyone wants
The
to build,
2J.
the 2J.
Yeah.
That's what everyone wants to build, the twin turbo
But
2J.
man, these things sound incredible.
You know, those awesome sounds that they make.
They're pretty similar sounding, and man, these things sound so good. But the 2J is pretty good sound. The BMW-derived motor is no slouch. No slouch at all.
From my understanding, when BMW and Toyota worked on this car together, Toyota took the plans of the B58 engine, they tore it all down, and they said, all right, that's pretty good, but change this, and this, it'll be better. And that's why this engine has proved to be so reliable.
Yeah, so strong. And we've seen just nothing but reliability the last few years out of this thing.
And he's having a blast out
He's
there.
definitely not going for time at the moment. We've got a pretty cool car coming up also, the 350Z Hybrid of Sasha Annis. Also, Mountain Pass Performance. We'll be doing things with them next year a little bit, and a new series potentially at a bunch of events. But this car, it's a Jim Wolf built VQ, believed to be the highest horsepower VQ, 530 wheel horsepower, 4.2, 8,400 RPMs, 15-to-1 compression, custom cams, long tubes, all the ITBs. They've Speed Academy actually did a bunch of videos on the ITB development. X-Track transmission and diff, old JGTC GT300 car, actual gearbox, and the diff is on loan from somebody, but there's a hybrid motor and no clutch between those two things.
So that hybrid power plant is actually sourced from a Formula E car and has some components from a Formula One hybrid drivetrain. So this car regens, this car has electric boost at the exit of a corner, not dissimilar to an LMP1 prototype.
Yep. Yeah, and all the electronics, Motec, custom software integrating all the stuff, hybrid, paddle shift, all those things, and suspension points, all stock 350Z KW 4-ways.
Now, the other thing about this particular car, I mentioned earlier how in 2003 there were cars that were run in Grand Am that were 350Zs. This is one of them.
Yes, yep.
It started life as a Grand Am car, and it has seen a lot of changes since then, but this is why this 350Z is a circuit legend.
And also shares a rear diffuser with a legend in the time attack world, Will All Young's, and just about identical rear diffuser. He's a driver that this car's driver has worked on a lot. He's worked on Will's car a bunch, but great to see this car back out. We saw it a few years ago. See the front end come up there? Yeah. So a few years ago at Midwest Festival, it was bright green at the time. It is dialed right now.
This car also has rear-wheel steering, by the way, or four-wheel steering, so the front tires and the rear tires can steer. The rear wheels can be independent of each other.
Stepper motors or something, basically adjusting rear steer. And it has been, he's been fighting for the overall lead with James Houghton all weekend.
It really is a very, very neat car as we get prepped for more of our circuit legends to hit the racetrack here. Thanks for joining us if you're online or if you're trackside here. Next up, Rob Daum's 4-rotor.
Unbelievable build. If you've watched this giant YouTube channel, one of the friendliest guys I've ever met in real life, just the nicest guy, but custom 4-rotor, all-wheel drive, sequential trans. It's always a work in progress. We don't love the lack of a few firewalls, but man, he's all suited up, booted up, and putting on a show noise-wise for these spectators. At Midwest Festival, this 4-rotor, I think max of about 2,000 horsepower. This thing put on such a show in a straight line, and the noises and the backfires are just unreal. Unreal.
So Rob Daum's 4-rotor. We can't really talk about rotary engines without talking about Mazda and their legendary 787B.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That won Le Mans back in the 1990s. It was the first Japanese car to win at Le Mans. And, of course, Rob Daum, this is far from that, but it is an extremely unique build. And I like, actually, without all the bodywork on it, you can really get a good idea of what's going on in it.
Yeah, Rob actually has raced it against the Hoonicorn. In Hoonigan's This Versus That. That's the only real racing it's done. Its first track laps were at Midwest Festival this year. I couldn't believe the fireballs, and one of the coolest things that I've ever seen standing in grid, when this car would fire up, leave grid, 150, 200 people would rush from Spectator Hill down towards the fence, all with their cell phones out. They just wanted to record the sound. Just a really special, unique build, and if you follow the progress of this on his channel, it's just such a wild fabrication project, and I don't think it'll ever end as far as the project portion of it, but just a really cool drivetrain.
And the Mazda RX-7, and then later the Mazda RX-8. Those were the last rotary engines, at least in North American racing competition. Think back to the Grand Am Rolex series. They ran in one of the touring car, or the ST classes not the ST classes. What was it at that point? The GS class there.
Yep.
So really, really neat stuff. As we now have this Volkswagen GTI, Adam.
It's a really cool car. So this thing was built by Volkswagen in 1984. Josh Brown has it. Really, really neat car. It is. We got the Supra here. Supra. We got time for the Supra first. This is an original 1994 Toyota Supra. It was an IndyCar pace car driven by Paul Newman. Actual 7,400 miles on it. The current owner has the other one, too. There was 2 stick-shift variants of this as pace cars, driven by Seamus Erskine. He takes care of it, friends with the owner. Incredibly perfect condition. Period-correct Volk TE37 wheels. Basically stock 2J turbo underneath, but full cage. It actually paced, I think, about 6 rounds of the 1994 series.
So it paced Miami, Long Beach, and Montgomery IndyCar races in 1995.
Yep.
So this car has been at some legendary racetracks and was pacing legendary fields of racing back then.
One of the coolest things about Lime Rock is its connection with historic racing, and one of the coolest things about back in the day is Paul Newman, and this was his favorite pace car to drive, he said. This particular one, he said it was just incredible. He was one of the pace car drivers, drove a lot of pace cars for them, but it's in perfect shape, beautifully detailed and kept. It will be pacing race 4 at the event this weekend, too.
I love the old strobe light headlights, all the original blinking lights, as it was on pace car duty for real, and when I was a kid, Adam, I always wanted a pace car, whether it was the Indy 500 pace car, the Daytona 500 pace car. This is a really neat example of what was in front of our motorsports fields in the 1990s.
And I didn't even know that these things would even still exist. You think they're usually provided by the manufacturer. It's probably a pre-production car. It gets crushed, but here it is. There's, I think they had 5 separate ones, 3 autos, 2 manuals, and just a really, really cool build.
So very, very neat stuff. Seamus Erskine behind the wheel of that 1994 Toyota Supra.
And so I got a nice look at this next car, Josh Brown here. It is wide body. It is right now it's powered by a 2.0 with TWM ITBs. Races it in vintage. But the story behind this car is this was an early bring-a-trailer find by he and his brother Nate. Nate is one of our buddies at FCP Euro, helps us with a lot of things. Also driving a Time Attack, was a pace car earlier. But this car was found in upstate New York, languishing in a field, basically. It was built in 1984 by Volkswagen, taken to all the IMSA rounds as a showpiece. Full cage, full race car at the time, and then it was all hand-painted graphics and everything, which are still there, painfully restored. Just a lot of work put into this car to not even tear it down to bare metal. Him and his brother Nate, as we said, they found it. Early bring-a-trailer car, tons of hours of restoration work, but it's still so original. Simple roll cage. Basically, this would be like an early SCCA production race car, but now it's been restored back to its. It toured all these IMSA races as a display piece. It was on a bunch of VW Motorsports material, and it was kind of a pet project of VW Sport back in the day, and they had a ton of early 80s influence in the aftermarket industry for these cars, VW themselves, and then literally the passion person at VW was tragically killed in the Pan Am Lockerbie bombings. So they lost a little bit of steam there at VW Sport. This is one of those cars that was just a passion project for people at VW, and luckily found by the right people and restored. He vintage races it a few times a year. It's just a cool build.
It is really neat. It's a great time capsule of what touring car racing could have looked like, or would have looked like, or did look like in the 1980s.
Yeah, GLTC in 1984 would have looked a lot.
I was going to say that. Imagine, 50, 60 years from now, we've got some GLTC cars out here doing the same thing.
My car's 30 years old, so historic racing exists. I drove a 30-year-old GLTC car yesterday. But just a really beautifully, lovingly cared for car, and it's just really cool to see somebody want to bring it into usable shape. He even made molds of the original custom wide body so that in case something happened, he could replicate it in its original shape.
Next up on the racetrack is James Houghton in a Mitsubishi Evo, or again, what is left of it. This is an intense time attack build, Adam, and one of the craziest race cars in our paddock.
JBR engine, diamond pistons, all the good stuff, dry sump, G35 1050 turbo, 870 wheel, Hollinger sequential, Team Rip engineering diffs and transfer case, three-way motons, SSP billet uprights, all the cool things under, and custom wide body carbon on the top, on the doors, on the roof, on the trunk. Just a really cool build. Unit 2 Fab did a ton of work on this. Northern Speed Time Attack, StimTech, Team Rip, YD Motorsports. Just a really cool Spage Sport design splitter there, scraping all over the place, and Valvoline supporting them with some lubricants. So.
A really cool car, and again, the base, the model of this car is essentially built from the Mitsubishi Evo. Is a great example of kind of the all-wheel drive battle that happened in Japan for a little while between Mitsubishi and Subaru, and you still see that happen in our street class in Time Attack. Lots of Subarus versus Mitsubishi.
Yeah.
They're pioneering all-wheel drive systems, making these cars really unique on the racetrack.
First time we saw this car was at Speedring in 2019, an event that we held for Motovicity back.
Wow.
Look at the lift that thing got off the ground. Unreal. We have this car right now, though, is currently leading Time Attack with one session to go. I believe one session, right?
Yep.
51.74, its record here right now. James looks like he's on a flyer, though. Hopefully we can get some times up right now. Just unreal fast.
What will he do? James Houghton in the Mitsubishi Evo across the line, a 51.567.
This is the fastest time that we have seen at the track this week. 51.5 on the stream for a demo. This does not count for Time Attack.
Oh, man.
Currently, he's still in the lead, but he's laying it down, having a good time here right now. It does basically one flyer, one cool down, and one flyer again. Listen
really
to that
cool.
thing, bang and pop. Just this car was built, started in 2017, really made some competition debut in 2019. Haven't seen it since, and now we saw it again. So,
all right, I know what's next.
Ohio, though, too.
I have to interrupt you, Adam. I know what's next just because of the sound.
Yes.
And this is Ryan Turk's Formula Supra that is up next, and this is a really unique car. All carbon bodywork Toyota Supra with a Judd V10, which is a power plant used in Formula One in the 1990s, and holy cow, it sounds great.
Yeah, Mobile One and Dominant Engineering did most of the fab work. Mobile One supporting the car. Hartsock Motorsports Race Service. A lot of it was built at Race Service. Formula Supra on Ryan Turk's YouTube channel is the build. Amazing, incredible detail. John Reed Racing tuned it. Taylor Chassis Solutions, Toyota, BC Rotiform, Nitto, Hollinger Engineering for the transmission, Motec ECU, SPL parts for a lot of suspension parts. Tixier Fab, I don't know who they are, but they helped. And Vibrant Performance, VP Racing Fuels, and SuperTech Performance really put a lot of work into this car. Listen to that thing scream. I think it's 11,000 RPM, somewhere in that range.
It's a lot.
It's just... so yesterday when he was out on track, one of the track managers called me and said, "What is that noise?" And I said, "That's a Judd." And he said, "It sounded like a Judd." And this is a guy who spent a lot of time in IMSA, and people hear this noise, and it's just undeniably cool. It's a bucket list build in many people's brains, and he actually built it. Just unreal cool.
They don't make them like this anymore, Adam. Engines like this, high revving, V10s, V12s, the Formula One cars of the era, the V12s, the V10s, then the V8s, and then now the turbo V6s that we have in Formula One. They just are not the same. They don't have the same shrill wail that these cars have. It's like a banshee down the straightaway.
Currently, this car in Time Attack this weekend, a 53.403 for its best. It's P3 behind James and Sasha, and we'll see what it potentially runs here in just a moment if we get it up on the screen. But really cool to see Ryan, a professional drifter, one of the best, and using his powers for grip instead of sliding. Just a cool build.
53.6 for Ryan Turk, a really quick lap.
53.4, his best so far. He almost got there, and looks like we have a few more late entries coming out.
Up next is Eric Cattell, and this is one of our Gridlife Touring Cup drivers, and this has a lot of significance in the racing world. This is an EG generation Honda Civic, and there's a lot to talk about with this particular car. This is a 1992 Honda Civic, the 5th generation, slightly larger and more aerodynamic than its predecessor as Eric Catil goes for a big slide at the exit of 7. That was a big pucker moment for sure. But lightweight materials, the engines had the D15, the D16, B18, and B16, all engines that Honda guys know a lot about. It was offered as a coupe, a hatchback, and a 4-door sedan. This is the 2020 GLTC champion, and he built this car to capture the essence of the Japanese Touring Car Championship, the JTC3 division, which won the Manufacturers Championship in 1993 with Team Mooncraft.
Really cool build. This is his new car. His other car was a different. It was a hatchback. Had a bit of damage at Road America last year. Unfortunately, Eric was okay. Chassis probably salvageable. It's still in the garage. Eric is also one of the originators of the idea of GLTC, along with myself and several other friends. We bantered around rule sets for about 2-3 years. GLTC probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Eric Catil. Another reason that we wanted him in this shootout. One of the more winning GLTC drivers of all time, and this brand new build looks like it might be on the podium this year too. This weekend. So
a great-looking build, and it's representative of our touring car class, but again, built to resemble the JTCC car, and it kind of looks the part as well. The hybrid racing livery on it, absolutely spectacular stuff. So
just a cool car.
I'm glad he didn't stuff it in the fence there out of 7. That was a big moment.
Definitely put the back end off. We've got Cole Powelson coming up in this RWB. It is a really, it's a last-minute addition to this one, and just an awesome car. We'll pull up some info on it. It's a 1990, I think that would be a 93, 94, but it's a 993 generation RWB Porsche, one of the first ones built for the CEO of RWB USA. Widest version they've ever made. Built during the COVID lockdown, and it's just amazing. It was owned by Toshi, the global director of RWB back in the day too. Just a really cool car. Amazing restoration. Rebuilt during COVID lockdown. I think this would be its first track debut. Incredible paint. If you haven't been up to the car show, it's got the Martini livery. Look how wide the back end is. It's unreal fat. Were you there when the pilot truck was unloading it?
No, I wasn't.
He had to build ramps in order to get it on the deck because there's lips on the edge of the deck of the ramp itself. He had to ramp it up onto ramps to get it on the ramp. So,
Porsche in particular, as the manufacturer, has such a deep racing history, perhaps one of the deepest in all of motorsports. Originally concepted a long time ago, decades and decades and decades ago, with a rear engine behind the rear axle, which engineers would say that's a horrible idea. But Porsche has figured out the witchcraft to make this platform, the rear engine, rear wheel drive platform, work and be successful. Dozens of championships in GT3 competition, in all sorts of championships around the world. Porsche is synonymous with motorsport for so many reasons, and the livery on this, the Martini livery, think of the Brumos livery back in the Grand Am days. There are just
legendary
motorsports cars, and you put a specific livery on this car, and like the Martini livery, and it just belongs on a poster in some kid's bedroom.
Yeah, these colors are very historic in motorsports, and Got to have an old air-cooled 911. It's just such a great side profile. Look at the wing on that thing. It's so race car, but it's not a race car. It's just this speaks to the desire of every car enthusiast really to have a race car, even the one they drive on the street. Just that race car vibe. It's so good.
So this is Eric Dewey DeWitt in his street-modified Subaru Impreza L. We spoke briefly about the Japanese all-wheel drive battles in the 1990s and early 2000s. Well, the Mitsubishi Evo was one of those cars. The Subaru Impreza and WRX and STI were the other side of that battle. The interesting thing about Subaru is that they're kind of unconventional engine layout. They're boxer flat fours. Really unique engines. They call them boxers because the pistons are horizontal to the ground and basically punch away from each other. It's a really unique engine layout. It gets a very low center of gravity, but the all-wheel drive system in Subarus is sort of the entire trick of the trade.
We got a little bit of a last-minute addition here because Alex Moss, another street mod car, he was invited into this, but had a small fire yesterday, unfortunately. Luckily, he's okay. We got the fire out, or actually might have got itself out. We're not even really sure. It was a lot of heat in the engine or in the driver compartment. One of the most legendary street Hondas of all time. Wanted to make a shout Shout out to Alex Moss, who's also been on the live stream a bunch over the years with us. But Dewey's car, this is of the 3 street mod cars of all time with Gridlife. This is one of the 3. It's Jackie Ding, Alex, and it's Dewey. The Boogeyman, this car's name. It's been a long time build. It used to be a rally car build, a full cage, full race car, but built to the limit of a street mod rule set.
And he has been very successful with it. It's a unique car in the category. And again, Subaru and Mitsubishi going kind of toe-to-toe in our street class, about a class down from street mod where Eric really spends his time. But we see a lot of Evos and a lot of Subarus and WRXs in that particular category because those all-wheel drive systems, they just go toe-to-toe, whether it's 1995 or 2022. They're still battling to this day. And
Eric, one of the biggest supporters of this sport, big picture, in my opinion, in the U.S., he's just an amazing dude. He's worked in all kinds of pieces of this industry. Currently works with IAG, one of the best builders of Subaru engines, and really a pleasure to have him at a bunch of events this year. Glad to see him back out a bunch. This car, the most reliable it's ever been. It's so fast. It's so solid. What a great build. And also, he's one of those guys that he's helped so many people build their cars. He's also the loudest guy in our paddock.
Well, I think that's going to do it. We have exhausted our circuit legends that are on track here this weekend. First of all, if you have not yet seen the concourse up at the top of the hill, please go check it out. If you're here at the racetrack, there are many, many more circuit legends that couldn't be on the racetrack today. But what an incredible session, Adam. We got to talk about some of the legendary chassis from Honda, from Nissan, from Mazda, from Subaru, from Volkswagen, from Toyota that really make up the motorsports community, the motorsports history that we come to know and love.
Just super unique cars too. Like it's a great paddock vibe to see all these different cars at Gridlife. We appreciate all the drivers coming out. And a long way away from home for a lot of our core drivers, but we made a lot of new friends this weekend too. Just a crazy diverse amount of cars. The weekend is, it's been great so far. We got a few more hours. Just the best vibes. If you haven't been up on the hill, check out the car show. Incredible weekend. Thank you all so much for coming.
Thanks so much, Adam. We're going to be back with Drift in about 15 minutes. We've got Gridlife Drift up next here at Gridlife Circuit Legends. Kyle Heyer with Adam Jabay. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to Gridlife live stream. It's fifth session of drifting, and we're gonna go do some drifting. I'm Brandon Cotto, and joined in the booth here with Josh Hobo Heron from Keep Drifting Fun. Kyle lost his voice or something, I don't know, so he's out of here. But we got Hobo, he knows stuff.
I'm just stepping in for a little bit so Kyle can save his beautiful, sultry voice for the last sessions of the day, you know?
Hell yeah, brother. Speaking of beautiful, sultry voices, you've got one of those too. Nice, smoky.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Yeah, a little bit about Hobo if you don't know who he is. He's from Keep Drifting Fun, big media outlet from like 2009 to 2000.
Old, washed-up drift media guys.
Yep.
But we still love it. We still.
Hell
love
yeah, still got that spirit.
That's true.
Yeah, we don't know much about these like YouTubers and vloggers and all that stuff. We're back from like the Vimeo days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wish we were from the current days.
Yeah, but he's also an S chassis aficionado.
True.
He's got an S14 with an S15 SR and a car modified Wonder Kit sitting all pretty in his garage.
Just collecting dust.
Yep.
At this point.
Started it up like a week ago,
You know what? I
right?
did. I got a new battery for it, which, it's 6 months sat. It fired right up. It was great.
Love to hear it.
Next thing I got to do is drive it.
Yeah. More seat time, please. Let's go down to the pits. Is there a pit cam? Can we see what the cars are? Start looking over there. Morgan cam. Pit cam's in the booth. What about the start line cam? Well, I guess. Oh, there it is. Hey! Yay! Oh, it's not in focus. Ooh. There we go. Oh, we got some cars lining
Looks like
up.
we have a MX-5 coming out.
Let's get this party started. Let's see. It's front of the pack, a little
oh yeah,
NA Miata.
So these Miata guys are rippers.
Yeah, they're crazy out here.
Low horsepower, but these things are throwing down full commitment. Full commitment.
Usually at Lime Rock, you'll see Miatas gripping.
It's true. It's true. It's a very very synonymous thing, especially with something like iRacing. When you start out, MX-5s are basically what you drive here. So to see an MX-5 doing something different, especially since this is the first time they've allowed full course drifting at Lime Rock, this is a sight to behold.
Yeah. And speaking of iRacing, aren't you like top 10% iRacing driver or something? You
Not
have,
even close.
A license or something?
Not
like
even
GT3s or something?
I wish.
Yeah. You were telling me that Lime Rock's one of the like starter tracks on iRacing, so you have like thousands of hours on this track?
Too many.
Well, behind that Miata, we've got one of the Cressidas from Nacho Cheese.
Beautiful car, beautiful car. And behind that, we have an S13.
I believe
Type X kit.
That is Jordan Hartig with Front Street.
Oh, nice. That's one of Jeff Stoneback's children.
Yep. And then, he's also with Nacho Cheese.
Oh, okay. So he's
followed by Evan Turk there, the third Turk. Yeah, Jordan Hartig, not a son of the streets. Here we've got another Nacho Cheese Cresta, looking nice and pretty on his outlap.
It's a great looking car.
The fitment is really nice, especially in the front. It's harder to get nice front fitment.
Are those equips in the front? I thought I had seen it. I've only seen it in motion so far, but I thought I had seen it in the pits, and I think he had a full set of equips on it earlier, and it was looking very, very spicy.
They very well could be that. The 5-spoke, the Emotions? Yes. Yeah. I love those wheels. Top 10 classic drift wheel, classic best-looking wheel in the game. Let's see who else was going out there. Another S chassis. These guys are all East Coast local guys, so there's a really good chance we'll get a nice tandem train going from these four. Just have to wait and see.
Everybody getting gridded up here.
Yep. Followed by that Mustang that we saw driving a lot at the end of last session yesterday. That guy was killing it also.
Yeah.
What are your impressions on all the drifting happening so far, Hobo?
It's cool, man. It's cool. It seems like this would be a really fun track. Very challenging, though. It seems, at initial glance, it seems very straightforward and easy, but then you forget about the fact that the sweepers are massive on this track. It's very big corners, so you need a lot of commitment or a lot of horsepower, or maybe a little bit of both.
Yep. It reminds me a lot of Gingerman, which is seen as like a traditional, like American classic grassroots drift track, but it's also really fast. It's really demanding of the drivers and the cars.
Yeah, full commitment. If you don't give it 100%, you're not going to make it all the way through, and you're gonna look like a goofball out there reinitiating a second time.
Well, there's a lot of goofing happening. I mean, that's drifting.
That's fine. Goofing's fun.
Goofs and spoofs.
Goofing's fun. Drifting's fun. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Woo! Sheesh! That car is hella clean, dude.
That's a great look.
That looks like it's got the R33 Steelies on it, which is like, again, a classic wheel. A lot more cleaner looking. Usually you see it on street cars. I want them as drift spares for my
Very sought after. Yeah, good luck, man. They're really expensive wheels.
They're
now.
climbing in price. They're
Everything
like
is
$900,000 for a set now.
I remember when those things, when you could find them, they were cheap. Now, good luck.
All right, still got cars lining up here. Not a lot of action yet. Let's see. There goes Larry.
Larry on his way out.
I can't believe he keeps finding people that lend him Supras.
I know.
I thought they were coming from. It was his.
Do we
and
need
then
to
from Toyota.
attend the school of figuring out how to beat Larry Chen so we can drive all these cars?
Him and Vinanatra also really good at like conning people into letting them drive their cars somehow. But here goes. I think Luscious Yo, on Instagram.
Luscious Lewis.
Helped him build that camera rig this time.
It's true. I saw that this morning. And that's a great looking rig. Good job, Lewis.
Yeah. 10 out of 10, Lewis. Tyler, step your game up.
The shots that they've been getting, too.
Insane.
Very, very good.
Yeah. Still lining up cars here. Oh, we got FPV.
We're on a little bit of a nature adventure with Kev PV right now.
What are the over and under? Oh, never mind. He turned around. I thought I was going to crash on that bridge.
You never know. The day is still young.
Well, let's see. Hopefully we get some cars going out soon. I think that's another car just going to grid up there. Having a little delay on our start, but we'll get cars going here in a second. Another NA Miata there. Slammed. Beautiful paint.
I love that color. That's probably one of my favorite shades of colors is like a midnight purple. Midnight purple and white wheel combo, top tier.
Here we go. PJ Pendergast looked like he was leading that pack, followed by the Miata, followed by the Nacho Cheese Boys. That looks like another car just going out. Let's see what these guys do with the traffic.
Gonna put a little pressure on him.
Yeah.
Force him into some action.
Clutch kick. Go. No, he's just chilling. Holding up the pack. Come on.
Come on, let's get into it. There we go.
Sometimes it's nice to just listen to the cars. Like, the sounds of the SRs and the JZs and the RBs are just...
It's a nice selection of sounds here at the event.
I did see a couple of LS swaps as well. And I think a couple of these BMW guys are running S55s and S50s.
Oh.
There's one prime example right there.
There we go.
There's an LS swap. E9,
E36? ASM E36?
I don't know.
Or E46, sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies. There's too many numbers with BMWs. I get it wrong all the time.
Porsche's the same. It's like,
I know.
And they go out of order. They're all 900 something.
Yeah, we tried to get educated on Porsche numbers, and it just in one ear, out the other.
Yeah.
Larry
diving in on somebody here.
That is oh man, that's a sick S13.
Yeah, that's beautiful. He's missing the headlight.
He's still got one brick, though.
Yeah.
One brick headlight. Those are also rarities.
Yeah, stonks.
Yeah.
Straight up. You got Cressida coming in. Pretty subtle initiation. I can't tell if he's drifting yet. Maybe. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, that's a really high-speed initiation. So it really takes a lot of commitment, and I wouldn't be able to do it.
It's a very deceptive corner, too, because it looks like a relatively short corner approaching it, and then you realize it's much wider and longer than you expect with two apexes, which we learned that's 1 and 2, not 1 into the left-hander being 2. That's turn 3.
Yep. Here's one of our FCP Euro Proving Grounds cars.
I want to drive that car. Do you want to drive that car?
That looks super fun. I'm sure it's bone stock and invincible.
That thing is bulletproof, I would assume.
It reminds me of a much less fucked up version of Shit Car from Hoonigan, where literally anyone can just go drive that car, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot break that thing.
Yeah.
All right, trying to see through the smoke here. Another S14 lining up. Ooh, some good tandem action there. Couple BMWs.
Drift H.
Ooh! Oh!
Little
contact.
Tap. That's what we like to see here.
Yeah.
Slapping the roof. Full excitement out there.
Yeah. It's not a drift event without a little rubbing.
That's true.
Couple more Nacho Cheese Boys coming in hot. Kev FPV dropping in on
Ooh.
Hell yeah, dude.
Got a nice train.
I wonder if that FPV drone gets pelted by like the tire rubber, because you could see it in the shot, just the rubber flying off. It's kind of crazy. Another Cressida coming in. Oop. There goes, reinitiates. Get that car rotating. That's some beautiful paint for a Cressida. They're usually so clapped out.
That's that's kind of a classic shade for the Cressida too, because that's very similar to a factory color. It could be the factory color. Actually,
Some baby blue.
Yeah, there was kind of like a sky blue that was a factory color for the Cressidas that I remember.
Nice.
That could be it, but refreshed. Which, you know, there's a lot of interesting color combos that have been used for drift cars that you wouldn't expect, like Forrest Wang's. You know, his quintessential green.
Yeah, that kind of bass boat green.
It's a Honda Del Sol green.
Oh.
That's what it comes off of.
I had no idea.
It's because every Del Sol that you see now that's green is faded and completely oxidized. So to see that shade in its actual glory is a sight to behold.
Yeah, I know a lot of people take from like R33 GTR Skyline colors, like the midnight blue and that kind of bronze color, are super popular. Whoa!
Kev trying to go for a ride in the trunk.
Whew!
Dang, dude.
There you go. Cresta,
nice big entry.
It in.
Oh, a little fireball too. That was nice.
Nice.
Fireball with the lockup.
Yeah. I kind of wish we were closer to the action so we could hear a little more. It's hard to tell what motors are all in these.
I mean, we could just rip the shade off of this thing, but then we get blasted by the sun. So we've been out in the sun all day.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound like one UZ's in there anymore. So I'm assuming it'll be a 1 or a 2J in that thing. The Miata's keeping up really nice as well.
Oh, he's got the classic 3-spoke.
The Advance,
all around.
AO3s, yeah.
Are those AO3s?
I think so.
Either way, they're sick. I appreciate those.
Another nice E36, beautiful seat time car. Also got some really good fitment. These things, the style in these cars has elevated a lot in the past 3 or 4 years. I don't know.
These are kind of like the new S chassis.
Yeah.
These and E46s.
I know Palmer Sanderson at Drift Team Animal Style is like led the frontier of styling these cars, like making them feel kind of J still and not just Euro beaters, basically, which most people treat them like in America and the States.
Well, then you have Chelsea Denofa, who runs his drift school up in Portland and uses exclusively BMW chassis.
Yeah.
There we go. This is my twin brother.
Little overcommitted there.
Fellow Car Modify Wonder kit owner.
Hell yeah.
There's not many of us out there.
Yeah, there's like him, you, Danger Dan, Will Rogie.
Well, Will's is now Danger Dan.
Oh, did he? Because he had 2, so he didn't have Car Modify Wonder on both of them?
No.
Ah. Yeah, so there's maybe only like 3 or 4 of those kits in the States. I know they're super hard to get.
There's more than that, but there's very few of us.
Yeah.
It's cool to see that kit in action.
I know Dan left his rear bumper was just like hanging out at Hoonigan for some reason, and one of the employees like completely obliterated it. And he was like, "Cool, it's gonna take like years and hundreds of dollars to get another bumper."
Yeah, I think it was.
So thanks a lot for that one.
About an 8-month wait for that kit.
Yeah, that's insane. Here's Evan Turk coming in.
It's cool to see Evan in this car.
Yeah.
The last time I have seen this car in action was during Keep Drifting Fun, so back in 2011. He even has the original Keep Drifting Fun sticker still on the center console. He showed it to me when I saw him at the event. He said, "Hey, check this out. Still there." And
that's what's up.
Yeah. So he got that car back in action, and it's cool to see him and his brother. I don't think I've seen the 2 of them driving together at the same event in a very long
That's true.
time.
I don't know if we've seen Ryan and Evan tandeming here at this event yet either. So maybe that's something we'll get to see later this session or next session.
I hope so.
Yeah. And that would be a good matching too, because Ryan has his like X-Pro car / street car. Yeah. So it wouldn't be so overbuilt in comparison like one of his pro cars would be.
As long as he chases, he can just put the pressure on Evan.
Yeah. Speaking of chasing, excellent tandem work going down right here. Through turn 4, keeping the angle. Built a little bit of a gap there, but beautiful work through turns 1 through 3. Here's another beautiful tandem.
Love that faction car.
Couple of sons of the streets over here. 3 cars. Looks like maybe a 4th car falling back there. Our angle's shooting through a little bit of smoke, so you can't quite see. Good angle right there. Good commitment. He's right on his door.
That looks great.
Beautiful. Oh, that's the tricky thing about when you get into triple team tandems.
Yeah.
That 3rd car, the chase car in the middle is kind of compensating for corrections from the 1st car. And his corrections are going to feel a little more kind of just crazy. I don't know, like kind of like last minute, like they'll be very reactive. So the 3rd car is going to have, it's kind of like even crazier reactions to have to compensate for. You know, it's kind of like a magnifying effect.
It kind of ends up being a slinky effect, too.
Yep.
One guy checks up a little bit, and then it all kind of compresses in.
Yep. We just saw Jordan's car there again for a second.
We got a twister on
Someone
track.
else went off turn 1, it looks like. May have been the guy tandeming with this ASM car earlier. Oh.
Oh, we got
thumbs
a
up.
thumbs
Oh, yeah,
up,
brother.
yeah. Both the ASM cars in tandem.
Beautiful.
Chasing one another down.
Love to see him close that gap up a little bit. Get door to door again. Smoky. Let's see who else we have lining up there. Oh, here comes a couple of faction guys. Nice, they're getting nice and close too. Through turn 1, through turn 2. Here's the transition to turn 3. Saw a little backfire there coming out of a dump pipe or whatever. I don't know. Ooh, locking up the front wheel on that one. Left foot braking. Ooh, there you go, backfire.
I think
that's beautiful.
These two S13s are probably, they speak to me the most.
Yeah.
They hit me right in the soul.
All of the front street drivers, their style is so on point.
East Coast guys, they do a really good job with car style.
These cars are beautiful here, too. I've been trying to find these guys on Instagram. Killing it with that tandem there. That E36 falling a little bit behind.
That S15 kit is so cool, too. How you can completely convert an S14 into an S15. I mean, granted, the roof is still round.
Yeah.
And bulbous.
It's Jordan Hartig here. So, wait, that S14.9 kit, you said it was not Super Doof. But it was the Vegas dudes who built that, right?
No, no. Super Doof was a creation.
Or was it Get Nuts Lab that did that kit?
The Super Doof kit was built at Get Nuts Lab.
Okay.
It was Rainier Ramolet from Race Factory, John Adams.
Yeah.
They were kind of the two guys that started the build on the kit, and then now it's a whole other beast. There's it started with just one chassis, and now the 2F guys have turned it into a plethora of chassis.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
And when that was exploding in like 2014 or 2015, that was a beautiful era.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the cars that ran that kit looked amazing.
Yeah.
And that was before WiseFab started to really explode. And so you didn't have these like crazy bulbous front fenders. And it was a way to make the car look way more aggressive and a lot lower without making it look like have this pro spec FD Pro stance, like super high and super crazy angle, super wide front track.
And it's interesting you say that because the whole concept of that kit was to lengthen the radius on the fender wells, and also lower the height of the whole kit to facilitate more squat, more traction, while still retaining good style. So it's basically, took styling from multiple kits and morphed it into the ultimate kit.
Hell yeah. I'm surprised we don't see it that much nowadays. Is it just less production of them? Or
Not sure.
Yeah. Anyways, back on track here.
Drift HQ.
Another E46 shredding. Laying down smoke. Vape Nation. Into turn 4. Oop. Little counter steer there. Almost lost it. That NB Miata there is also really nice. Like that red one.
The red one was great.
Here we
Big
go.
Swan down there, giving a pep talk to Larry, telling him, get the shot.
Yeah.
Get the shot, Larry.
This R34, I'm glad to see it back on track, still running. I think it's UT Wara is the driver. I love seeing sedans on track.
Yes.
Yeah. There is one other. There's a JZX 100 out here. Other than that, this is the only other like mid-2000s big body sedan. But that's a style that's kind of lacking in the States. It's huge in Japan, huge in Europe. Those cars all look amazing.
Yeah, I wish we had more of a selection here in the States of four-door rear-wheel drive chassis.
Yeah. We are coming up on the 25-year
We're gonna start seeing
import
a
rule.
lot.
Yeah, I believe JZX 90s and JZX 80s we see already.
Once JZX 100s hit that point, I think I'm gonna have a very hard time saving some money.
Yeah. I know that like there's a bunch of importers in Canada and also like some in the US like stacked Wolfram who have like stockpiles of JZX 100s just waiting for that 25-year mark so they can start bringing them into the States.
That makes me excited.
Yeah.
Hopefully it makes more people excited as well. There's another classic just classic look on an S chassis, especially you know an S13 hatch. Urus aggressive kit, or maybe that's Origin aggressive.
I think it's Origin aggressive. I think the wide body in that orange car was the newer style Origin wide body, like the plus 50. That's a lot more aggressive than like
I believe that's the
D-Max looking.
The Origin the gray carbon hood on it as well.
Oh, that makes sense. Origin Labo now.
You remember the old Origin wave hoods?
The wave hood.
Yes, the wave hood.
No, what was that one?
Simba has it on his car, actually. Simba
okay.
From Chicago, old Proceed Simba.
You mean referring to the Murokai wave? Like the,
yes.
Well, they only did that one and the one for that 8.6. I can't remember who has that one now.
That car actually was stolen.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. That car got stolen and was never found again, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate. So
I think Simba may have the only wave
known
that is left.
Yeah, known existing hood. I miss those guys. Those guys at Proceed, at Club FR, they're getting ready for Final About 5 right now. That was a big chuck.
Beautiful entry. MX-5 mirroring the entry on the R34.
Yeah, looks like he might have his issues sorted out. His car's looking a lot smoother now. Still shutting it down there, reinitiating into turn 3. Oh, drone just crashed right behind us.
Is that what that was?
I think so.
I thought it was a weed whacker.
Oh,
there it is.
Yep, there's the drone shot. Crashed into his
own wheel.
Yep. Okay, good. It wasn't somebody else's.
Careful, Kevin.
Not this time.
Don't lose your fingers.
Got another E46 chasing a Mustang. This is not something you see ever.
This is,
and they're getting at it too.
Yeah, this is a 10 years ago. This isn't a combo that you would have ever imagined seeing.
Yeah.
And now it's cool to see as the years have gone on, the inclusion of more and more chassis getting into drifting.
Absolutely.
And it's the door has opened for all of them.
Mm-hmm. The tricky thing now, the challenge is like the event organizers. They're fewer and far between are the tracks that are allowing drifting. So I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like I see less events nowadays than maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and it could be COVID related or I don't know what, but it seems like it's tougher to get on track seat time nowadays.
Lime Rock stepping up and allowing drifting on the full course for the first time ever. I know that there has been events in the past here, but not on the main course.
Right.
I know I've seen photos of Jeff Stoneback and Dan Popowich on the Proving Grounds course.
Yeah.
And I'd heard inklings of Forsberg driving here. I don't know where, back in 2004 as well, which is a couple of years before Formula Drift had even started. So.
Yeah, we got to deep dive, find those photos. Yeah. That
Forsberg,
Proving
if you're
Grounds
watching,
course too.
let's see those photos, man.
Yeah, that Proving Grounds course looks a lot more
really
akin to what you want for grassroots drifting. It's a little bit tighter, a lot more technical. It's got more elevation inside the corners, like up and down.
There's a lot of nice rumble strips on the inner apex too, so you can get a little bit of a hop on the inner apex.
And like this track, there's obviously overall large elevation gains, but it's not so localized, so you don't get that full effect of the unloading like you were talking about, except for that one corner in the back section, which we're not really drifting on today.
That's true.
Yep. I believe that was Stoneback.
Yep, that's Papa Stoneback.
Beautiful
Front Street
work.
Dad.
Father Jeffrey.
Father Jeffrey, yep. There, look at him go. Look at old Father Jeffrey in one of his S15s.
What?
This dude has multiple. He's got one of the best collections of cars.
Yeah. I know he's been building up that JZX 100, right? Or is it a 110 that we saw at Gridlife Midwest for his party car?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that thing is sweet, too.
Jeff is a killer car styling guy.
Yeah.
My brother in the Zenki.
Hell yeah,
Zenki S14.
Gang.
There's not many left.
Is that Racing Line Origin kit, too?
It looks like it, yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Everybody loves to convert their S14s over to Koki fronts, but
that's getting more expensive to do nowadays, at least with the OEM parts too. Yeah. Same with bricks with the S13s.
It's true.
Yeah.
And those bricks are real glass headlights, so if you bust one, that's a painful hit.
Real simple styling on that car and this car, just the roof wing.
It's true.
It's a beautiful look. I would add a D-Max trunk lip, like that kind of deck lid, but that's just my personal opinion. This car is beautiful as well with a little drag wing and the roof wing.
That classic throwback to early 2000s Japan livery.
Yeah. Similar styling to the Haraguchi car, just not the livery obviously differently, but with the drag wing and the roof wing like that,
something that you'd see in MSC, which Motorsports Challenge back in early 2000s at Nico Circuit or any of the old kart tracks that they used to use frequently.
Yeah,
probably still actually use them. Those tracks are sweet.
We need to bring Gridlife International and go to Nico.
That would be cool.
That'd be insane. All right, here we go. We got FCP Euro E36 coming out.
All the signatures all over this car. I love
that's what it is.
Yeah, they're just a bunch of signatures. I think what they are is Instagram handles for the most part. I was kind of glanced at it as I was walking back over to the live stream trailer earlier today.
I thought it was like etchings or something like similar to like Ryan Liberal's.
He's got
like
somebody
roof.
just engraving all over.
Yeah.
Basically tattooing a car.
Yeah. Oh, we got Kev PV resetting. Let's see if we got anyone else coming out. Power loop.
We might be nearing the end of this session. Or everybody's going in for some tire swaps.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh. Nope.
Oh, we need a recovery.
Oh, I think that's Evan.
Oh, yeah.
Did Evan go off turn 1?
He did.
Keep that car alive.
It looks like he's fine, though. It didn't go out too far.
Yeah.
Might be some sort of a...
Just like stuck in the mud.
Yeah. Or it could
we'll
be
see.
just a power issue or
Driver's
something.
out of the car. I guess that's okay in drifting. Usually you're not supposed to get out of your car at a hot track, but drifters always do it, so I guess it's fine. There's that Lime Rock iRacing scanned safety vehicle. See, look, you can kind of tell from here. It looks just like Ryan Turk. Not the twin, though. Not Justin.
We always said Justin was here. I did see him earlier.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. I didn't get a chance to say hi, but
yeah,
I did see Justin walking around. There's we always gave the Turks a hard time and said that Evan was the best looking out of all the Turks.
Aw. There's an argument to be had for that.
They're all good looking dudes.
Yeah. I actually do think this might be the end of our session, though. Let me look at the schedule. Okay, yep, we're getting word that this is the end of our drift session, number 5 for the weekend. We'll be back with drift again at the end of the event at...
Closing it out.
I lost the schedule. I'm pulling it up. At 5:20 is the next drift session. In the meantime, we have a little lunch break, followed by GLTC Race 3 at 1:30.
Lunch break?
So
2 lunch breaks?
Yeah, 2 lunch breaks.
Dude, I love second lunch.
Cacio Pepe.
Oh, man.
Oh, timing's off. I don't know. Kyle's yelling at us. Anyways, we got to go. Bye.
For Ferris Cartoony, 183, and sets a blistering new track record.
Gridlife Track Battle Time Attack is about to take to the track for the final time this weekend at Gridlife Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Everybody, welcome back. Kyle Heyer joined now by Adam Nielsen up here in the booth. Adam, welcome back. It's been a little while since we've been up here together.
It's been quite a while. I can't remember the last year sometime. I don't even remember when
it's been a little while, so I'm glad to have you back here. We're going to do a full run through a track battle all the way A through D sessions this time around. So we'll start with our Unlimited and our Street GT and our Street Modified and work our way down to the Venerable Sunday Cup. I can't wait for it, Adam.
Yeah.
We don't get to do a full run through of track battle a lot, so we get to really go through all the classes and talk about the battles that are happening in each.
Cool. can't wait.
So we want to talk about James Houghton, and first of all, because of 51.740, his fastest time of the weekend. Track record here, though, Adam, overall?
A 42?
43.1.
43, yeah.
Set by a
Incredible.
Toyota GTP in 1993.
A friend of mine did some math on that. Apparently that's 128 mile an hour average speed.
That's crazy.
To maintain.
It's unbelievable. So, James Houghton is not going to break that today,
No.
but he is still in a battle with Sasha Anise in the 326, the Mountain Pass Performance 350Z, the hybrid electric swap. That car is only about a tenth back from him, so that's a great battle in Unlimited. It's been a while since we've really had a good, really toe-to-toe fight in the Unlimited class.
James actually has gone faster.
Yes.
But during the Legends Shootout, which didn't count, which is kind of unfortunate.
A little bit. I was hoping they'd give it to him.
Yeah, time attack should always count, but I guess, well, rules are rules.
Rules are rules. Ryan Turk, by the way, currently on provisional podium in the Unlimited rear-wheel drive category at a 53.403 in that Judd V10 Toyota Supra. And cars are joining the racetrack now, Adam, as we get prepped for Group A here. Track Battle Time Attack. Jackie Ding is on track in Street Modified. Grant Walker should be out here in his crazy Mazda Miata in the track modified car or class. Chris Boersma's out on track. He was one of our circuit legends as well. So lap times are about to fall. I think we're going to see some shifts and some shuffles in the lap times here. It is warm this afternoon, though, so some of these times were set earlier in the morning when the conditions were better.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially following a drift session. Doesn't tend to be when records are generally set. So we'll see what happens. The weekend, everyone's just kind of kept chipping away at it. So session by session, there's been improvements in at least one class or another almost every session.
And the laps here are short enough that you can really get a couple in before you have to hit pit lane, even with cars that traditionally would run just 1 or 2 laps. So you get a few more reps at it and more opportunities to go quick.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really look into how short this track was before we got here.
1.5 miles.
Yeah, a sub-minute lap times are kind of unheard of for us.
Yeah, I think the only other place that we see that is Pikes Peak International Raceway, which will be our next event. Alpine Horizon, big slide for Houghton into turn 1. He is cooking in the Northern Speed Evo.
What a crazy man.
He went forward earlier. He went faster in the Legends Shootout. It did not count because it wasn't in a track battle session. He works his way through turn 3 at the left-hander and into turn 4, and Houghton is on it, trying to go quicker now in Track Battle Time Attack Group A. So again, 51.740 is the current Unlimited track record, and Sasha Anise right behind in that EV350Z is trying to chase him down. There's Cal Fortner in Street Modified in the Mercedes-AMG GTS. He also looks like he's hucking it around here.
Yeah, we had that car on the dyno yesterday. That probably the hardest car to put on a dyno I've had to deal with myself personally yet.
Is it just long?
It's got a lot of overhang in front of the wheels, and it's really low. So, made right around a
new track record.
Oh
James Houghton, 51.299. James Houghton is the new Unlimited track record holder here at Lime Rock Park.
That is incredible. To do that at the heat of day, a 51.29. Incredible.
That is an amazing lap. Sasha Anise went quick, but not quick enough. James Houghton resets a Gridlife record in the same weekend that he laid it down to start with. That is crazy fast. Jackie Ding, a 55.195. His best time of the weekend so far is a 54.133, so not quicker for him, but he's going to go after it. And there's Cody Hunt, by the way, who is leading the Street GT battle, and I owe Cody a big thank you. He took my dad for a ride earlier in a GE session, so my dad got to experience what this Corvette Grand Sport in this exact car.
Oh, man. That would be a ride in this track.
But look at this. Steve Luca has done a 58.597, and not quite quick enough, though. So Cody Hunt still is the fastest car. They've run their best times in previous sessions here this afternoon. But Cody and Steve still going at it against each other.
Street GT this year has been such a battleground.
It has been. And I like this class because it's your American muscle. You've got your Supras in there as well. It's a great category. You don't have to modify the car a lot. Maybe the consumables, brakes and tires, but other than that, the bodywork is pretty much stock.
Yeah, I think similar rule set to the street class, just with the V8s and the turbo 6-cylinders. So there's not a lot of room for changing of bodywork and stuff like that.
Cal Fortner in the Mercedes-AMG GTS for Al's Auto Body through turn 1. His best time this session is a 57.926, and it's about 0.3 off his best of the weekend so far, but still trying to chip away at it.
Really cool to start to see some of the really interesting entries in street mod this weekend. You know, the supercar entries, if you will. This AMG GTS, there's a 720S, a McLaren, which are kind of less modified than what the normal street mod entry is, but still really cool to see.
Yeah, that's Jason Kanakary in that McLaren 720S. We just saw buzz by the camera shot there. And you're right, it's less modified, and you know some may say, well, street modifieds for modified cars, but let's be honest. Well, you know, a McLaren is sort of a modified.
And kind of instead of you doing the development,
it's McLaren.
You let McLaren do the development, and let's be real here, theirs is probably better.
They have a lot of money in making that thing go fast. It has active aero on it as well. The rear wing kicks up in the braking zones and lays down on the straight lines. There's Kanakary now. His best time this session, a 58.769. And he's gone a 57.322 today, so not quite faster, but he's still getting after it.
Such a cool car.
And he's typically run the McLaren 570S.
Yeah.
This is a step up in power and a step down in weight. And, you know, competing with a very different car from the same manufacturer. McLaren, just their entire lineup is insane. If you've got the coin for it, they're a good pickup.
Yeah, if I was supercar shopping, that would probably be one of my first stops.
It's not a shopping spree I go on often.
No.
But when I do,
yeah,
McLaren's not a bad place to be. So James Houghton with that incredible lap, track record for Gridlife Unlimited class, those are records that fall often when Ferris Khartoumi is out, but usually he's breaking his own record. You know, Ferris isn't here this weekend, so we have a blank slate. We've never run here before, so Houghton's 51.299 is going to be a time that I bet will exist for a little while.
Yeah, I think that one's going to stand probably for the weekend, for sure.
For the weekend, and maybe even further on than that.
Yeah, we'll see what next year brings. Every time we think that there's just no way they're going to go any faster, and then somehow we're 2 seconds south of that. So.
It really is incredible. Cody Hunt has gone quicker than Steve Luca in this particular session, but both of their best times were in previous sessions of the day, so that shift and shuffle won't happen. In terms of who is third in Street GT, it's Cody and Hunt at the top of the board, and third in Street GT is Alex Arte at the number 77, but he's a couple seconds back at his BMW M3. That car is not quite as prepped as the front two that are out there going for it right now. So Track Battle A, look, here's Ryan Turk again in the Formula Supra. Now, this car has seen a lot of progression in a pretty short time.
And I think the driver's seen a lot of progression as well.
Turk again comes from a drifting background and running this Judd V10 powered Toyota GR Supra with a ton of carbon bodywork and so much custom work. There's not a lot of Supra left in it.
Not much.
But
I've watched a lot of the build videos. The amount of attention to detail into building this car was incredible.
Yeah, he's off throttle now and just kind of coasting around. But you're right. He has figured this car out. He's gotten comfortable in it, and now he's sitting on a provisional podium in the unlimited category. Will take home a trophy. Here's Damien Dabrowski in the number 80. That's that Nissan 350Z heading towards West Bend with that cool livery on it, the kind of the arrow streaks.
CFD. One of my favorite looking cars, just like the embodiment of wildness of Time Attack.
You know, this is really the cream of the crop when it comes to that, right? You talk about Time Attack, this looks a lot like a hill climb car, which is one of the ultimate Time Attacks, right? Big arrow and a stock motor, or a relatively stock motor, I should say. Original engine.
Certainly less powerful than most of the other upper unlimited cars.
Right. So really showing what the aerodynamics have to put on for this chassis and really give you a context of a stock 350Z versus a 350Z with every external body panel replaced with something crazier.
I mean, we're looking at probably similar power numbers to a GLTC car, and times that are quicker.
So here's James Houghton back on track as Dabrowski works his way through turn number 2 again and heads towards the left-hander at turn 3. There he is, sweeping into the corner, leaning on that downforce. That rear wing, for those that might be new to Time Attack and don't really understand how a wing works. An airplane goes down the runway, it generates lift. It pulls the airplane off the ground. Well, take that airplane wing and turn it upside down. Now it's going to push the airplane into the ground. That's exactly what that rear wing and a lot of the other aero panels on this car are doing, is pressing the car into the pavement, making it kind of artificially weigh more the faster you go.
The front of that car is more a wing than a splitter as well. Oftentimes these cars have flat blades in the front that are considered splitters. That one's more of has the wing profile to it, and then the air has to be ducted out from underneath the car to make that work efficiently. Getting up close and personal with that car and just looking at all the little details is so interesting.
Dabrowski has gone faster today, about a full second faster at 55 flat. Looks like James Houghton is cooking on it again here through the left-hander in that yellow and gray Evo. 51.299. Do you think he can go quicker than his own best?
You know, you can never, ever doubt James. What an incredible driver. But, man, it just seems – I would love to see a sub 50. I would love to see a 49 out here this weekend. I just don't think it's going to happen.
It takes a lot of race car to go that fast. And Houghton's got a lot of race car, but it's also not his car.
Right.
So
James told me yesterday on the dyno that car makes 870, and he told me that he asked his tuner to give him a few more pounds. So, you know, we're probably looking at, if he's running the full beans tune, that's probably north of 900 horse.
Well, he's going to point by Dabrowski, who is not going any quicker than he did the previous lap, but just getting some laps in. You get a lot of reps here, as we mentioned, with this short lap, under a minute for most of the cars in this particular group. Also, let's point out Eric Dewey DeWitt is on track in this session. He is currently, I think, second in street mod with a 56.206, but we have not seen him go faster in this session. I hear the Formula Super again. It's just such a great noise. Here it comes into turn one. And we'll see if this car's got anything left. It has gone quicker, about 0.6 faster. It doesn't look like this is going to be a flyer, though.
I don't think he's on a flyer right now. So I'm here this weekend. I originally was here this weekend just to operate the dyno that we use for compliance testing for a couple of the power to weight classes, and just anybody who wants to put their car on a dyno and get some numbers. We tried to talk Ryan Turk into it, and his response was that we would probably have to pay him because of the operational costs on that motor and the time. It's just not worth it.
Right.
So.
Yeah, again, you know, a lot of those older F1 engines, as we see Houghton go for another flyer here, a lot of those engines of that vintage that were that high performance, they actually would be seized when they were cold, and you'd have to pump hot oil through them just to warm up the metals enough to expand to allow everything to move. That's how tight the tolerances can be.
James getting a little sideways there.
He's on it right now. James Houghton in the Northern Speed Evo. Getting after it again. Here he goes up the uphill. Will he get airborne this time? Car gets light, picks up the left front tire. He's on it now into West Bend.
Good Lord. A high downforce car like that still picking it up. That's intense.
You can see it lift off the ground, and then the downforce dumps the nose back onto the racetrack. And here he comes out of turn 7. James Houghton trying to beat his own track record he set earlier this session. A 51.299 is the time he needs to beat across the line. This time, it is not faster. He will stay at a 51.299.
Man.
Worth a shot, though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that he will repeat that lap this weekend.
No, it seems unlikely.
Well, it is extremely unlikely now because the checkered flag is out, and that is the last time that James Houghton will get an opportunity to break his own record. The new unlimited track record at Lime Rock Park for Gridlife competition is 51 seconds, .299. That's the time everyone will shoot for here next year. Sasha Anise, second place with a 52.968. Ryan Turk at a 54.029. He comes across the start-finish line. What an epic lap. There's a look at your results. He did go quicker, actually, 53.6, but it's not as fast as his best this weekend. There's a look at your results, Adam.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah, look, Cody Hunt didn't go quicker this session, but he is on top in the Street GT battle, so he will walk away with the trophy. Steve Luca just a 1/10 of a second short. Dewey DeWitt did not get a chance to go faster in this session. For now, he is second in Street Mod. I guess it is possible that someone could go quicker in Group B, but I consider
He'll
that
probably hold on to that. Probably hold on to that second place. Another second place to Jackie at another event for Dewey. I'm sure he's unfortunately getting.
Yeah, Jackie Ding, your Street Mod winner here at Lime Rock Park. His best time of the weekend, a 54.133 in that Toyota GR Supra from PHD Racing. An excellent car, an excellent driver, an excellent team. Alex Lee behind the scenes kind of keeping that car up and running and suggesting those those changes to make that car quick, and it is working. It has worked so many times in the street modified class, and is perhaps one of the best examples of the street modified category. It still can drive down the street and get ice cream. That's what you got to do in that class for the car to be legal.
I mean, it's literally in the rule book, the ice cream rule.
The ice cream rule. I like that. More classes should have an ice cream rule. Or because I get to see race cars not on a racetrack.
I think we need to enforce the rule more often, really.
I think so.
It's been put on the books. I think it's been called upon once or twice, but I think it should be called upon more often.
I think so too. Big thanks to everyone here that's joined us trackside. The infield is packed from the high above. You get some great angles of this racetrack completely full. We've got the Legends Concourse up at the top of the hill. We've got, of course, the bar. Look at, we got the what do you call that?
Wacky inflatable float.
Yeah, the tube man. Thank you, Matt, in my ears. Tube man over there by the arcade. You're looking a little lonely. Guys just chilling on those. We see you over there at the arcade, just chilling, laying down on the couches there. Yep, you in the blue. We see you.
A nap would be great.
Waving. He's very tired. I promise we'll have some wheel-to-wheel racing and some more drift on later. But, yeah, it is a little toasty out there, so find a place in the shade.
Yeah.
And for those of you joining us online, thanks so much for being here on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Make sure you follow GridLife on Instagram, GridLife Official. That's the account you want to find. We're not done yet. We've got lots more coming your way today, and we are off track at 6 o'clock today. So we've got more track battle coming up, followed by Gridlife Touring Cup race number 4 with a field invert, and then we'll have our last session of the afternoon and the weekend, which will be Gridlife Drift one more time.
How many places back are we inverting for GLTC?
I asked that question earlier, and I didn't know. I actually asked. Okay, I've heard that it is 9. So 9 driver invert.
That's kind of a big number for such a short track.
It is. So I'm going to go back, and while we're kind of waiting for Group B to start here,
I think we had some cleanup. I saw some tow trucks moving out.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting on that cleanup, so that would mean that with a 9 driver invert, our pole sitter is going to be Luke McGrew in the number 7 in his brand new Corvette build. That's an exciting proposition.
Is this his first event with that car?
Second event.
Second event, okay.
And that will put Tyler Pappas on the front row with him. Row 2, Austin Hurdle and Ronnie Vidoc. Matt Waldbaum and Erica Till in row 3. Andy Smedegard and Robert Thorne in row 4. Tom O'Gorman will start alongside Matan Rosenberg in row number 5. So that is going to be an excellent, excellent race. And it's coming up not too far from now. I think it's at 4:30, if I recall correctly. And 4:50, excuse me. 4:50, so just over an hour. We've got Gridlife Touring Cup race 4 with that 9-car invert. And Luke McGrew on the pole. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So
you think Tomo can make 9 passes on this tight little track?
Well, back at Gridlife Midwest at our home track at Gingerman Raceway, Tom started 51st in the race after having a problem. You know where he finished after 15 minutes?
I don't remember offhand anymore. It's been a while.
12th.
So 12th. He is an alien, I swear.
And then the following race, he moved all the way up into 2nd.
Right.
At the end of that weekend. So his finishes were 51st, 12th, or first, 51st, 12th, and 2nd in that weekend. It wasn't consistent, but it sure was fun to watch. So Track Battle B coming up next, and one of the things that we wanted to talk about, and I think this is a good opportunity to talk about this particular thing while we're waiting. And actually, there's cars on track now, so let's get right into it. Next year, there is an exciting new series that is going to be joining Gridlife competition at a couple select unannounced rounds. I'm not about to announce the Endurance Series. We have already talked about that. This is something different. Next year, we're going to have an EV racing series joining us at a couple events, and it is called Model 3 Challenge. Now, on the racetrack right now, coming out in Group B, we should have 2 Tesla Model 3s from Mountain Pass Performance. Now, these are cars that do not have roll cages. There's one. We're getting a great look at it. Here they come. So let's follow these cars for a couple of laps. These are Mountain Pass Performance prepared Tesla Model 3s, and these are representative of the cars that we will see joining us in a kind of a wheel-to-wheel time attack HPDE combination event next year. It will be called Model 3 Challenge, and how this event works is very, very interesting. Because the cars don't have roll cages and it's very, very expensive to tear apart a Tesla and put in a roll cage, what they're going to do is they're essentially going to qualify and set up for a race. They're going to set the green flag, and when they start going, if someone is within 3 car lengths of the car in front is required to to point by the trailing competitor and let them by, and then the chase will continue. And basically your goal is to get into a zone at the lead car in front of you. So the lead car is in front of you. You've got a zone you need to get into. Once you're in that zone, they're required to let you by. It's sort of kind of a blend between wheel-to-wheel racing, time attack, and HPD all together.
Should be very interesting. I would love to see more Teslas at the track. We get one here and there, but that's not a car we see a ton of.
Right, and we should see more of them, and these cars are prepped very, very similarly. Eligible vehicles for this competition that will be involved in Grid Life next season: 2017 to 2019 Tesla Model 3 long-range rear-wheel drives, 2018 to 2019 Tesla Model 3 mid-range rear-wheel drives, 2019 to 2021 Tesla Model 3 standard-range rear-wheel drives, and then a couple more 2018 to 2022 Model 3 performance dual motors, and the 2018 to 2019 Tesla Model 3 dual motor with there's a slightly different inverter situation going on there. So a little bit of technical jargon there for those that are involved with Teslas or have Teslas. But it seems like a great mix between just tracking the car and racing the car, which requires a lot of commitment. So I'm really excited for that. The Tesla Model 3 Challenge that will be joining Grid Life next season. And there's more details coming. The rounds it will participate at are not yet announced. And the full event format is not yet completed, but they have a really good rule set. Took an opportunity to look through some of it, and I'm really, really excited to see EVs kind of dabbling into racing at a grassroots level.
Absolutely. You know, realistically, those are the future of automobiles for us, and so the sooner we embrace it, the better off we'll be.
So the Mountain Pass performance cars now working their way through the left-hander. And again, we'll see those cars here again next year. Sasha Anise is one of them. And there's two of those cars out there on track right now. Sasha is one, and the other is Chris Hatch. So those drivers running nose to tail right now. Right now they're competing in the track modified category. Hatch at a 1 minute .199. Sasha Anise at a 1 minute .593. And good track modified battles here this weekend. But leading in our Falcon Club TR class, Ben Thorne in the Gears and Gasoline Valvoline car in that Honda Civic, a 59.436 this session.
That has been such an incredible class to follow and has grown so dramatically in such a relatively short period of time that it's existed. Club TR has been such an interesting class.
Yeah, so really it's for cars 2.5 liters and under. You can add naturally aspirated. You can add aero. The cars roughly make 200 to 230 horsepower in that range. You can do engine swaps, which is Ben Thorne's car is an example of that. We do have a black flag on the racetrack, which means that there is either a car off or there is a fluid spill or something on the racetrack. So this will bring TrackBattle B to a halt for now. And there is a car, and it's over at the exit of turn number 4. And trying to get a good look at what car that is.
Is that Granberg? It's blue.
It is blue. It is Peter Granberg in the number 511 Subaru BRZ. This is a K-Swap BRZ. He just finished this project a couple of months ago. And an initial glance, it doesn't look like he's...
Looks like he's moving.
Doesn't look like he has put it in the barrier. I don't think. He's next to the barrier at the exit of turn 4, but potentially just some mechanical, it looks like. We'll have to get a better look at it when he comes back around. But this hurts because Peter has put so much effort into this car, and right now it's sitting trackside.
Yeah. Moved from the Street Mod class to Club TR after it was announced with the K-Swap in it. Seemed like a really good chassis, a very good opportunity to build a very fast car for Club TR.
I don't see any damage on that car. So I think Peter just had some kind of mechanical issue and pulled off to the side of the track, hoping that they could keep the session going. But they're going to just flat tow this back, or not flat tow. They're going to pull it back on all 4 wheels, which means that that's good news for Peter, because at least the car is in one piece. There's no bodywork damage or anything of the sort. So cars are going to reline up, and Peter is going to get towed away. Great, quick work there by the Lime Rock staff and the recovery staff to get that car on the hook very, very quickly.
They have a little yellow tow truck hauling around here that says Tonka on the side of it. That might be my favorite thing in the whole world. It is adorable, and I love it.
I've told this story a couple times this weekend, so forgive me for repeating it, Adam, but this tow truck that is pulling Peter's car is in the iRacing laser scan of this racetrack.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually down in turn 1.
That's interesting.
Which is really, really cool. So Neat to see that. We got looks like a 1-minute warning for those that are on track right now. Looks like that's the 21, Tegan Fostenson on pit lane at the Radhangs Racing Subaru. And looks like, I think Devin is not in these IAG Subaru in this particular session. She sent me a message earlier, and I think she said that Ty from Ty Speed is in the car. Tyler from Ty Speed is going to take her car out in this particular session. I don't know if that was earlier or for this particular one, but we'll see how that car does. Times on the board, though, on the left-hand side of the screen. Not all of these necessarily representative, and they'll get some more time to finish out this session and see what we can do. But Ben Thorne not able to go quicker in Falcon Club TR in terms of track mod. Mahadio in the 275 runs in first in the session with a 59.121. And it's about 3/10 shy of his best lap of the weekend in his track-modified Civic. Looking down the list, Nahill in the 529. That is a Toyota GR Supra in street modified. A 59.767 is his best time, so he's only about 3/10 off as well. Jerry Liu in another street modified Toyota Supra, just behind in this session, about 200 slower. And then two of the Fitzgeralds right back to back, 8th and 9th right now, separated by 0.2 of a second, and green flag is back out on the racetrack. So that's the 275 right up front. The track modified Civic heading through Big Bend now. Ben Thorne is following. And everyone returning to the racetrack here for Track Battle B. Back underway here at GridLife Circuit Legends. So after B, we'll have Group C and Group D, and that will wrap up our track battle action for the weekend. Gridlife Touring Cup race number 4, our final wheel-to-wheel race of the weekend, is up in just about an hour. We'll finish off with Drift after our Touring Cup race. So make sure that you join us for that if you're at home watching or if you're here trackside at Lime Rock Park. And Mahadio and Ben Thorne leading the way back up the hill and back around to kick off their laps. And Adam, unfortunately this weekend in our Club TR category, we're missing a couple of our heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Dana Basinski, who is not here unfortunately this weekend, couldn't make this. And then we also got Grant Davidson and his Integra that couldn't make it, which is a real shame because Ben Thorne's battles with those two drivers has been absolutely awesome this season.
Yeah. Yeah, Dana has pulled out some seriously hero drives, and Grant has been incredibly fast in that little Integra he's got. Grant lives nearby me. He's kind of my local racer, so I got to cheer for him.
Yeah, they had a great scrap at Mid-Ohio, and think back to Autobahn Country Club back at the tail end of June. Dana Basinski winning the weekend with this wild slide out of the final corner, hands crossed over, full throttle. It looked insane, and then Dana beat his own record and of the weekend and came out on top in Falcon Club TR, but couldn't make this one, so Ben Thorne is out there kind of lonesome in the Falcon Club TR class. It's next car back in Club TR is Blake Fitzgerald. At a 59.674, and Ben Thorne's best time is a 58.645, so nearly a second difference between the two. Yeah. So explain to those who are new to Track Battle how the point system works here, because of course we've got season championships and things of the sort to follow.
So first place is worth 100 points, straight up, simple 100 points, and then for every 1/10 of a second behind first place you lose 1 point. So if you're 1/10 behind first place, you get 99 points. And that goes back all the way down to 10 seconds behind first place. So even if you don't podium, you can still score points on the season.
That's an important note.
Right. And so, the goal is not even if you're not able to outright win, keeping that margin of victory as tight and close to the next guy as possible is really important, because sometimes these classes literally come down to 10 points or less by the end of the season. So
I remember last season we had some great battles. We will continue to have Mahadio in the 275 Civic across the line here. Will he go quicker? His best time again of the weekend at 58.876. Actually, he's done a 58.830 in this session, so he's picked up a little bit in track mod. Now, he's behind a couple of drivers that we saw in track mod earlier. Kendall Samuel he's behind. Looks like he's also behind Sasha Anise and Brian Blaine, but still fighting in the track modified category and top of the board in this particular session. Anise and Hatch, by the way, in the Tesla Model 3s. Look how close they were in lap time. 2 tenths different. 59.613 and 59.816 for the 2 Tesla Model 3s.
Well, it just shows, they should be similarly prepped cars. So that should create some very close battles for the new class next year.
Actually, Hatch just went a little quicker and tightened up that gap. It's 59.613 to 59.742 Anise to Hatch. And again, the exciting reveal about the Model 3 Challenge coming to GridLife next season at to-be-announced select rounds, a blend of wheel-to-wheel and HPDE that will provide for competition on track without requiring roll cages for Tesla owners that would like to throw their hat in the ring here. Into turn 1, this is the 488 car, rolling through. This is Fitzgerald in the Honda S2000. In the Falcon Club TR class, and the S2000 drops right into this class and usually performs pretty well.
Yeah. Most of the S2000s we see in Club TR have been K-swapped, although there's still plenty of them that running the factory F-Series motors. Similar power numbers and stuff like that. It's just kind of the F-Series being so expensive to rebuild and when it happens. K-Series kind of makes sense at that point, but still cool to see the variations.
I think Darian Taggart's got an F-Series Honda S2000 in 12th in this session at a 101.461. Taggart's out of the ASM camp, and he's got that blue, red, and gray ASM livery. If you're trackside and you see that car, that is Darian Taggart. And across the line now for Fitzgerald on a flying lap here into turn 1. Love the way that S2000 kind of dances on the brakes into turn 1. Chatted earlier about the Honda S2000 and how I think that the S2000 might be one of the best cars ever built, ever.
It's certainly such a capable platform across so many different disciplines.
And it's not about, I'm not talking about, it's not the fastest car ever. I just think it's one of the purest driver's cars that you could think of. Rear-wheel drive, front engine, extremely high revving, you manual transmission only, convertible so you can really enjoy the back roads. They just don't make cars like that anymore. You could throw the 86 BRZ into that group, but it's just a different experience.
Back home in Iowa, the whole convertible, small, high revving car doesn't really make sense. But you come out here to Connecticut, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can see that.
I have an FRS. It's a little. Feels a little homeless in Chicago, but you get it out here, and it definitely likes the corners.
This is such an amazing part of this country.
It really is. Eddie Seagull on the 470. Whoa, big slide by one of the Evos in the backdrop. That was a big moment. All-wheel drive picking him up there on the front stretch. I don't know the name of that driver off the top of my head. We'll have to get a number on that Evo that's trailing this Honda Civic. But he caught it, to his credit, and had a big moment. We saw Eric Catil in the Legends session almost wad up his brand new.
Oh, jeez.
He had a huge moment out of turn 7, chased it all the way down to the pit entry, kept his foot flat, and drove out of it.
It's kind of what you have to do with the front-wheel drive car like that.
Hey, put on a show.
Stay in it and hope it pulls itself out.
So Ben Thorne still at a 59.436 in this session. A 58.645 is his best. I thought that the track conditions wouldn't really be ideal this late in the day, but it is getting a little cooler, I think, in some of the shaded parts of the racetrack.
Well, and this is the first time a lot of our drivers have been on this track, and so they're still learning it. They're still figuring it out. They're still finding out how hard they can push in different places. And so these records aren't nearly as set in stone as a place like Gingerman, where we've been hundreds of times.
Yeah, so the track records are still so new. The drivers are still new. One of the cool things about this particular weekend, though, is I think about 50% of our track battle competitors are actually from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, which is not something that you would typically see at another GridLife event. We're drawing mostly from the Midwest crowd, but we do draw people from all over, but not this concentration of people from the Northeast. It's really exciting to bring new people into our classes here at GridLife.
Yeah, I'm sure, GridLife has such a huge social media presence and such a momentum built behind it. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And so when we come to new parts of the country, it's cool to be able to see those people join in and just get to experience the fun and excitement.
I think part of it also is, motorsports inclusion is GridLife's motto, and it's inclusion from a variety of perspectives, not only the people in the paddock, but, including drivers in other kinds of motorsport that they typically wouldn't get to explore. GridLife is unique in that you can show up with a time attack car and you have let's say you have an S2000 and you show up to the racetrack and there's another S2000 parked next to you that's running in GLTC, or maybe there's another car next to you that's competing in drift, and it's the same cars and a similar mindset of people, a younger audience that is getting into the track world and communicating with each other and seeing the context of those other kinds of vehicles on the same track at the same time. It really is unique in motorsports to have all those things together, especially with such a young audience.
Yeah, there's not very many. I mean, I don't know if there's any place else that has drift and wheel-to-wheel and time attack in the same weekend event.
It also offers a lot for trackside spectators to see a variety of different things. We're completed with Track Battle B, so the checkered flag is out, and it looks like Ben Thorne, as long as everything else stays the same in the later sessions, Ben Thorne will walk away with a trophy here in Falcon Club TR with a time of 58.645. Here's a look at your results for Track Battle Group B. Blake Fitzgerald in that 488, that was that Honda S2000, 1 minute .370. But a lot of these drivers weren't able to go quicker in this particular session. Peter Granberg did a 101.367 in Falcon Club TR, but ended this session for him trackside in the grass with some kind of mechanical issue.
Glad to see him still being able to just pull the car off the track.
Yeah, at least it rolled.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been wadded up in a wall the way he was sitting there, but that wasn't the case. Just a place to pull off, which is good.
All right, so Track Battle C is complete. Next up is going to be Group C, which will be up next, and we're going to get a little bit deeper into some of our categories here and drivers that are still fighting for points amongst themselves. I think we're going to be looking at drivers like Vincent Nardone, Evan Medore, Nick Rivadeneira in Club TR, Benson Tai. They just ran, though. Let's go a little bit further down the list. Track Mod. How about Nick Babin in Club TR with an ND MX-5 Miata? We talked about this earlier, but the ND MX-5 is such a great car. You just don't see it a lot yet in time attack competition.
No, we haven't really seen it. I think it slots that and its twin, the Fiat 124. I think both slot really well into Club TR.
Initially, we actually had a Fiat 124 on the registration list. They didn't make it here. But, again, it's a lightweight car, rear-wheel drive, front engine. But I think the challenge with the MX-5 from factory is that it's just set up to be kind of a roadster and real soft and compliant and has a lot of body roll. But once you put suspension on those things, boy, do they come alive.
Yeah, the Club TR rule set would really fit well to those cars. If they can make the power necessary to be competitive in the class, they do really, really well.
Yeah, Nick Babin is competing in that car. It's his second GridLife event. Joined us at New Jersey Motorsports Park a couple of weeks ago. We've had a kind of rapid-fire GridLifes the last few weeks. It was New Jersey Motorsports Park at the end of July. Then first weekend in August was our trip to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, our annual trip out there. And then now to Lime Rock Park in just 2 weeks' time. We head off to our Colorado Springs event at Pikes Peak International Raceway, our Alpine Horizon Festival. So that's going to be a full-on festival, music and everything out in Colorado Springs. So if you're from there and you're watching this right now, get your tickets now. There's a great music lineup.
Yeah.
And check out the Alpine Horizon website to make sure that you don't miss what is going to be the biggest party in GridLife in 2022.
Alpine, I have not missed an Alpine yet. It's one of my favorite events that we do every year.
It is a great event. It's a unique racetrack. It's on the Pikes Peak International Raceway, which is actually an ex-IRL and NASCAR oval. It's a 1-mile oval track, but it has an infield road course that on the back straightaway you kind of make a hard left turn, and then there's a little infield section that you complete. Very autocrossy in that sense before you rejoin the oval out of the fourth oval corner. Really interesting racetrack. Also lap times under a minute for some of the quick cars, but it is a really unique racetrack. Track Battle Group C is on track now. And we've got drivers like Nathan Brown with his Volkswagen GTI, who's on track right now from FCP Euro. Jeremy Bailey is on track. Brian, he calls himself Frozone out there in the 444 Volkswagen. And drivers will be...
if that's Les Epps there, or who's driving in the Celica this weekend?
It is Team NRB. I think you're right. I think it's Lester. That's it.
Les or wow, now
Mark.
Wrong. Mark there.
Mark's
Wow.
working for us this weekend, so I don't know if he's in the
Well,
car or
that's
not.
fair enough.
Here's a look at Nick Babin. This is that ND Miata we were talking about earlier. A little bit of a rear wing on that car. Great graphics on the side of this, but I think the ND Miata is such a fascinating car because it was a car designed after 2010. This is a 2016 model, and or at least this generation started in 2016. This car weighs 2,200 pounds. For reference, your normal SUV is well over 3,500 into the 4,000s. This is an extremely lightweight car that I'm shocked they've managed to get this light with all the modern safety conveniences.
That's why I think they would do so well in Club TI. So I would love to see somebody seriously campaign a Fiat 124 because that has the turbocharger option, but the displacement is low enough that the car is still legal. I think it'd be a force to be reckoned with.
It really is a fascinating car. The ND generation Miata actually lost weight compared to its predecessor, the NC generation. That was, what, 2006 to 2000 and, I don't know.
I think,
a little
05,
early,
06
yeah,
maybe.
something like that. But it did lose a couple hundred pounds in comparison to the previous car. It looks like Nick kind of overshot turn one there. He's going to let a couple of competitors by, including Nate Brown in the Volkswagen that's right behind the Subaru. There is Nate from FCP Euro. I was told earlier that this car has over 200,000 miles on it and has seen countless laps around here and other places in the Northeast.
I'm sure the FCP Euro guys are well accustomed to this track.
They've gotten their fair share of laps, that's not to say the least. Brown's competing in the street class this weekend, and I like street class cars because you see a lot of hot hatches, see a lot of Subarus, Mitsubishi Evos, a lot of all-wheel drive battles in particular in this class. But this front-wheel drive Volkswagen crushing it. He's got the Mercedes GLA behind him. That's a really interesting car.
I really like seeing this on track.
Yeah, I think that's the 247 car, if I remember correctly, which I think that's Huxley behind the wheel, if I recall. And I got to look that up and be absolutely sure. But it is a really unique car. And we argued if this was an SUV, a crossover, or a hatchback. And it's kind of a blend of all of the above.
I'm sticking with hatchback.
Okay.
It's not really that much bigger than the GTI.
It's a chunky hatchback. It's got a little weight around the bones.
That one maybe has been lowered or not, but I would call that a hot hatch.
Yeah, it's car 921 rather, so my mistake on it's not Huxley. My apologies there. That is Herndon behind the wheel of that car. And Herndon is out of Locust Grove, Virginia. It's a 2016 Mercedes GLA. And making it work. Again, it's probably got heated seats and everything too.
Yeah, he's probably cruising with the air conditioning. He's probably so comfortable.
Time attacking in style and comfort. Huxley in the 247 that I misidentified. That car is a 1992 Honda Civic, so definitely not Huxley. Very different intention. I think that's the car in the backdrop, actually. Out of Cheshire, Connecticut. And wow, big slide for the 543 of Vincent Nardone. That was a big moment there. I think that was through, was that through turn one or turn four? Either way.
It's kind of hard to tell. There's so many left-hand turns here.
Turn four, I'm hearing. So that was the right-hander heading up onto the back straightaway. And that Mustang, again, independent, or not independent rear suspension. It's the solid rear axle. So that is definitely a detriment when you're talking about making laps quick.
Yeah. I mean,
here's the Celica.
Yeah.
Team NRB is kind of pairing up. Sometimes it's Mark Nugent, sometimes it's Lester Epps.
This is a car I wish I saw more of on track. So I really like these. They come with you can get them with a 3S GTE motor in it, which is a very capable motor from Toyota. Real high revving, real interesting motor. I don't know why, good looking. There's decent handling platform. It just doesn't seem to be a loved track car.
You know, you're right. You don't see a lot of them, and you have to wonder why. Again, they're pretty reliable cars, and
they're Toyota reliability. What more could you want?
Exactly. I mean, so it's one of those surprises. I think maybe again, I don't think early 2000s Toyota was necessarily representative of the best of the best of Toyota's lineup. But
still,
I see where you're coming from.
It's a good car. There's nothing wrong with it.
Of course not. And now I think Toyota has put in an exceptional amount of effort lately into kind of reattaching themselves to their sports car past. Of course, cars like the Supra and the MR2 and things of the sort. Now they got the GR Supra, the GR Corolla, and Yaris, the 86 now as well. And even I always love telling the story of the Lexus LFA, which was Toyota and Lexus basically being given free reign, redesigning a car twice, once in aluminum, once in carbon fiber, and the Lexus LFA still has, I think, one of the best sounding motors on planet Earth.
That's pretty hard to argue with.
You will never see one in time attack. They are too precious.
No, probably not.
But they were actually sold at a loss from Toyota because they sold them for $500,000 and they lost money on every sale. But what an incredible car. I think there's actually a couple that are still, they were never actually purchased. They're still new
cars.
Because at the time it was, why would you buy a Lexus supercar? But now everyone wants them.
Yeah, stashed in a dealership somewhere.
They sell for well over $1 million now. And I guess I'm being told that at first you could only lease them. You couldn't even buy them. It's almost like the Ferrari thing where some of the Ferraris, I think the Enzo Ferrari, you can't actually keep.
Yeah, they're basically leased cars.
Yeah, you have to keep them at one of Ferrari's places and they bring it out to you.
I do that.
I don't know if I would either.
At that level, like, I'm going to own that car.
Well, I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get there, I suppose.
Yeah,
but
maybe someday that'll be.
I'd probably get over it, there's always the joke about how you can't cry when you're sitting in a Ferrari, and then they pull up the Charles Leclerc memes about him being upset after GPs, but oh well. Track Battle C still underway. Acosta in the 450 is at the top of the board in track modified in this particular session. That car is a 1997 Honda Civic, and Christopher Acosta is out of Ozone Park, New York. There's a good look at the 233 car of Munoz. We haven't actually talked about this particular car yet. Otto Munoz out of Pompton Lakes, New Jersey for Team RBR. It's a 2001 Honda S2000.
My favorite color, S2000.
Yeah, they called this, what was it, Laguna Yellow? Or
you're asking.
What was it?
I am not nearly Honda nerd enough.
Oh, man, I'm going to get torn up in the
yellow
comments.
Cars.
What color is this? Rio Yellow. Thank you, Matt. Rio Yellow Pearl. Matt in my ears is giving me all the answers today.
I just love yellow cars.
Okay, all right, I got to give Kato the credit for that one. That's 2002 enthusiast we hear, but Rio Yellow Pearl. I like paint and color names are always fascinating too.
Sometimes I don't understand where they come from either.
I know the Corvette C7 was once sold in a Sebring orange.
Yeah, which is not really that orange.
No, it's almost like a copper color, but that's a whole other thing. I'm sure there's cars up at the car show up at the top of the hill that have all sorts of funny names. Cars that were painted original or cars that were painted aftermarket. But I'm excited because you know what's coming up next after this?
Sunday Cup.
Sunday Cup. And we're going to stream the last time attack round. That'll be up just in a moment. And Sunday Cup we followed all season long, Adam, and tried to get more airtime for those cars this season. And we're doing our best. But, man, they have really shown up and put on a show this weekend. This is a class that I think we all believe in here at Grid Life. And, yes, it's real-time attack.
Yeah. Kind of so far this weekend, kind of an interesting upset in Sunday Cup. Matt Williams, generally speaking, just kind of the shoe-in for the top spot on the podium. Michael Ross so far keeping him back.
Yeah,
pretty excited about it.
Michael Ross, he's got it. He was taking people out for rides earlier too, so he feels maybe pretty confident. Again, you're not really using up tires or brakes too much, so I don't think he has anything to worry about there. But you're right, Matt Williams has won so many times. I'm sure his
almost annoying.
His trophy shelf is probably spilling out onto the couch.
Well, when I just throw this one in the trash.
Yeah,
whatever.
But it's really impressive what Matt has done. But we're going to talk about Sunday Cup a little bit later in just a few minutes when Track Battle D takes to the road. Right now, it's still Track Battle C on track. Nate Brown leads the street cars in this group. Herndon behind him, then Persing, Williams, and Petro. I think the 595.
Isn't that Matt himself right there?
In the 595, that is Dustin Williams, out of Wildomar, California, with the Legends Circuit team. And we haven't actually seen him on track yet. Or at least I haven't noticed him on track. It's a 2018 Honda Civic running in the street category. This is not a car that I've seen him take to Grid Life before. He has a bunch of cars. He has an EG Civic. He's running Sunday Cup.
Wasn't that an EF Civic?
I think it was.
Or no, you're right.
Here it is.
No, you're right. It wasn't.
Well, Dustin Williams drops a wheel right as the commentator curse as we pull him up on screen. But Dustin Williams, if you're not familiar with Dustin, of course, he has a YouTube channel that has many, many, many thousands and thousands of followers and makes some great automotive content. Legends Circuit team. He's got his clothing apparel company that's very JDM inspired. He just spent a ton of time in Japan as of recent, so glad that he could make it out here and race with us again in Track Battle Time Attack here in Group C. And a great guy, too. Always has a smile on his face. One of my favorite folks to chat with. Every time I get a chance to see him, I give him a fist bump. And I actually haven't gotten a chance to see him yet this weekend, so I'll have to find him in the paddock after the broadcast today. But a great run there by Dustin Williams, a 103.966. Checkered flag is out. They're sending the safety trucks out to retrieve somebody or something. And we'll have Track Battle D up here in a couple minutes. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with Track Battle Group D. Coverage of GridLife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Momo, made in Italy since 1964. And by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by eBay Motors. Let's ride. And by Falcon Tires. The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the official tire of Club TR. And by Pilot Transport, the official logistics partner of GridLife Circuit Legends. Time Attack Group D is on track now, our final track battle session of the weekend here at GridLife Circuit Legends. And up on track now is one of our favorite categories, Falcon Sunday Cup.
Yeah, all the buddies.
All the buddies. And we certainly have to go through and look at the results sheet, because you were mentioning the track record that Michael Ross had set earlier in the weekend. And the fastest lap that we have seen from one of our Honda Fit bros is a 104.882. That's the time to beat in this session.
I believe that was first session out this weekend, too.
I think it was. I think
Which
you're right.
is pretty impressive that he's able to go out there and just kind of throw in that hero lap, and then no one really be able to touch it the rest of the weekend.
I love the Sunday Cup group, mostly because they always go out together in a train. We've seen a little bit less of that this weekend at Mid-Ohio. They literally all had everybody in a big group together. But I think they're right behind this Volkswagen. There's going to be a big train of those Fits. And I think there's a couple other cars. A Mazda Protege is out there as well.
Yep, we have a Mazda Protege, a Mazda 2 as well. So some variants, still not enough, frankly. Still way too many Honda Fits.
So on the timing and scoring, the pink is our Sunday Cup category. And leading the train around is Matt Williams. It's a blue 2008 Honda Fit. We talked about him in the Legends Shootout. Right behind him is, I think Michael Ross was right behind him as they came down the back straightaway.
Yep, Michael Ross Smith.
Yep, Michael Ross
95.
Smith. He's got the black bumper and the silver car, so he's easy to spot. Kyle Karstens in the 411. That's that highlighter yellow and gray Honda Fit. Then Jake Abbott from Abbott Auto Performance in the 826. That's a red Honda Fit with the kind of the shark teeth.
Shark mouth.
And Anthony Novelli in a white Honda Fit. And this is the 425 car of who is that? That is an interesting car that I have not seen yet. 425. Well, let's find out.
Looks like a street mod entry.
It is a street mod car. I have not seen that car yet this weekend. All right.
One of my favorite generations of golf, the old Mark I, Mark IIs.
It's Ethan Brown out of Plymouth, Connecticut with Team Kraftwagen in a 1990 Volkswagen Golf. Yes, it's in street mod. I have a feeling that this is probably not the class that this car really belongs in, but probably because of the mods that they've done to the car, it probably classed it differently. Now, this is an interesting one here, Adam.
Yeah.
So this is a newer generation Honda
GK?
Fit. A GK. This is the number 400. Manning is behind the wheel. Now, there are some interesting conundrums when trying to run this particular car in Sunday Cup.
Yeah, so we actually had this car on the dyno last night just to make sure that it fits within the class compliance. So the class rules are 25-to-1 power to weight ratio to the wheels, and there's been some argument and some discussion as to whether or not this car makes too much power to fit in that with factory weight. This car with a full tank of gas and the driver in it is 2,800 pounds, and it made 100 horsepower to the wheels on our dyno this weekend, which means it fits well within this particular one, at least. Fits well within the rules. This is a pretty high mileage version, if I remember correctly. So that doesn't necessarily mean they all do.
So the goal of Sunday Cup is to act as two things. It's a great entry level because it's inexpensive to get into.
That's what it started as.
And now it has turned into our most competitive track battle class.
Into a battle zone.
And where everyone that is kind of tired of spending money has ended up. And really, because of that, look at all the cars we've got on the timing and scoring. Look at all those pink labels. Those are all Sunday Cup competitors.
Alex Moss out there.
This is Alex Moss is out there. He's in DJ Alessandrini's car.
Yep.
This is Justin Okamoto, who's jumped in the Club TR category in his BMW. He's helping us this weekend volunteering, so the first time he's been on track so far this weekend. Brought his car out. Now he's getting some on-track time.
Awesome. I think he's done a couple of HPD sessions, maybe.
Yes, first time in track battle.
We've seen him in track battle.
Yep.
So.
Sam Dooling and Jake Abbott, they were battling for a second, but King in the 121 splits the difference in Sunday Cup and jumps into the 107.287 bracket.
Joe King there in the Protege.
But Matt Williams still unable to break into that 104 range.
Matt was not really originally planning on even being here this weekend, and had even asked about flight options as late as Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday of this week. So this kind of was just like a last-minute throw-together plan to come here and at all, let alone compete.
There's a Mazda 2. Look at that thing slipping and sliding. And right behind him, Kyle Karstens in that highlighter yellow Fit going to battle here in Track Battle Group D. And you know what I love about these guys is they all go out in a group, and it's probably really easy to see the gaps closing and growing as you find advantages around this place. But again, if you want to get into Track Battle, this is a great place to start because a Honda Fit is a do-everything car.
There's tons and tons and tons of options that fit pretty well within that 25-to-1 power to weight ratio. We even have, there's a Sunday Cup Facebook group that has a pinned post with kind of a cookbook on cars that we know will fit well into the class that people could try if maybe the Honda Fit's not their first choice.
And Kyle Carsons, who we mentioned briefly, well, Kyle is currently on the provisional podium for Sunday Cup at the moment. His time earlier in the weekend, a 105.574, is good enough to keep him third for now overall. As blue flags are waving and the Fitz are in the midst of that. There's the Mazda Protege. Looks like Sam Dooling in the dark blue Honda Fit climbing the hill at turn 5 now in a big group of Sunday Cup cars. And in just a couple minutes, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back with Gridlife Touring Cup race number 4 at 4:50. That's about a half hour from now. We'll cover another lap or two of our Falcon Sunday Cup. But it looks like Matt Williams is pointing by and maybe trying to get in this train. So they're going to try to maybe go one more time here, Adam. Let's follow along. Look at this mess on the front straight. Fits everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like a GLTC race out there.
Almost. And the Protege following in the tire tracks of the Fit ahead. And into turn 1. Look at all these cars. There's
Scott Giles out there?
I think it might be got to be Scott Giles. Or
his name at the top of the board.
Yep. They've been sharing this car with Renee Hines and Adam Jabay running it in all the different sessions this weekend. But I'm pretty sure it's Scott as he gets a point by from the Protege, but he's got nowhere to go with it with the 411 right ahead of him.
Glad to see some of our longtime Grid Life, the people that make this work behind the scenes, getting some track time this weekend.
And they get a chance, and this is a bucket list track for a lot of people. So I'm really glad that we got a lot of staff on the racetrack and really give them the experience of Lime Rock Park. Looks like we got drivers on some cool downs now, a couple cool downs. I think that's Anthony Novelli slowing down, and Matt Williams did not go quicker, unfortunately. So looks like that's almost going to be it for the Sunday Cup competition here this afternoon here, Adam.
Not the tight battles we've seen in other events this year.
It hasn't quite been. It really has been Williams and Smith kind of separating themselves. But here's Matt Williams getting a point by. Let's follow this one last lap for me. Oh, okay. It looks like he's going to be off as well. Well, he's on it now.
He sure looks like he's on it at least.
He gave a point by and then uncommitted to it.
Screw it, I'm going for it.
Jumping the curbs now. Here's Matt Williams. He was one of our circuit legends earlier in the day.
Certainly a well-earned title.
I'd say so. He's won so many times.
Such a dominant force.
And into turn 4. I think this will be his last real go at a flyer here. Then we'll cut to break. Be back with GLTC Race 4. Following Matt Williams, though, on the no-name straight in his 2008 Honda Fit. He needs to beat a 1-minute 4.882 to walk away with a trophy here today. Otherwise, Michael Ross Smith in the 395, the silver car, he will have the trophy for Sunday Cup this weekend at Lime Rock Park. And down the hill for Matt Williams in the 129. Here he comes across the line in Sunday Cup. Does Matt Williams have anything for the 395 here this weekend? A 104.898. That would get him there across the line. He does not improve, unfortunately, Adam. I just don't think there's a lot left in it. He's still hucking it around.
Yeah, he's still getting a little crossed up there, isn't he?
Man,
I've had the pleasure of riding with him a couple of times. What a madman behind the wheel.
He can't even pull away. He's just giving it so... Okay, big slide there. Now he's just having fun. All right, let's take a short break. We'll be back with Gridlife Touring Cup Race 4 at 4:50. We'll see you there. Kyle Heyer, Adam Nielsen. We'll see you on the other side.
flies, and we're racing.
The height counter pushes Jensen along the exit of turn number 4.
This when it's big slide. It's time to go racing at Gridlife Midwest. Hill side by side. O'Gorman around the outside now for the top spot. Tom O'Gorman goes to lead. 3 wide for the lead.
This is great racing, folks. This is what this series is all about.
Gridlife Circuit Legends Festival, Gridlife Touring Cup race number 4 is about to begin on the racetrack in just a moment's time. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and the Gridlife Circuit Legends Festival. I'm Kyle Heyer. I'll be joined very shortly by Nathan Brown, who's just on the racetrack. We'll let him get over here. But in the meantime, the cars are gridded up and getting ready to go racing at Lime Rock Park for the last time this weekend. Our race format and our 4th and final race of the weekend includes a field invert of a random number of cars in the top third of the field. That invert was 9 cars, which means Tom O'Gorman, who has led and swept all 3 races so far this weekend, will start 9th in row number 5. Nathan Brown joins me now. You were just on the racetrack, Nate, so sorry to have you run over here just in time to kick things off here. Race 4 starting a 9-car invert, though. Tom's going to be buried in the field. It will put Luke McGrew in his number 7 Corvette on the pole.
Yeah, sorry if I'm a little out of breath. I literally did just run over.
You're totally fine. We have a minute here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's Luke being up front, inverted from 9th. I think he's going to be fast.
He's going to be a threat for sure. The last time Luke McGrew won a race, if I recall correctly, it was back in 2020 at our spring kickoff event. That was COVID times back then. It was a long time ago. But here we are a couple of years later, McGrew with a different car now, a C5 generation Corvette. He has put himself on pole with this invert, and this is an exciting time for Luke to get up out there and see what this new build has. This is only the 2nd event that he has had this car on track.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, being out front might make all the difference. He's had 3 other races so far this weekend. He's got time on the track in that car, and who knows? He might be able to check out and do something big.
All right, well, we're so excited. The field is packed on the racetrack and packed in the infield. The drone shots here show that, Nate. We look down, and there's so many people out enjoying the summertime weather and the sounds and sights of Gridlife at Lime Rock Park. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this race with that 9-car invert, the critical factor here for the start of this race. They are following a 1994 Toyota Supra that was used as a pace car in IndyCar in the 94 season. On the front row, Luke McGrew and Tyler Pappas via that invert. They will be your front row starters. Austin Hurdle in the number 34 370Z and Matt Waldbaum. They battled all weekend long. They start in row number 2. Row 3 is Eric Catil in the hybrid racing EG Civic. He rolls off in 5th. Andy Smedegard will start to his outside in 6th place. Row number 4 is going to be Ronnie Vidoc in the number 1 Acura Integra. To his outside, Robert Thorne in the number 180. He finished 2nd in race number 3. He starts 8th in this one. O'Gorman has led and won all 3 races so far this weekend. He starts 9th next to youngster Matan Rosenberg in the 484 for Rosenberg Racing. Eric Jensen out of Trophy Club Texas in his LSFRS starts 11th alongside Charles-Andre Bilodeau in the number 26 EcoBoost Mustang. Dustin Barty starts 13th in row number 7 alongside Zach Lavoie from ASM in his 2001 S2000. Joshua Rubenstein starts position 15 next to Salil Shukla in 16th in his 2002 Honda S2000. Matt Corrins starts in 17th next to Eric Thompson in 18th place. Row number 10 this time through. Starting in 19th will be Rob Gagliardo from FCP Hero in the 2011 Porsche Cayman. And Brian DeFries in the 898 starts 20th in his 2009 Honda Civic. Kevin Zhu starts in 21st in the number 243. And then it's Eric Meadows in the number 3 NC Miata that starts in 22nd. Stephen Coppola in the number 144 starts 23rd. And Don Louis rolls off in 24th in the 363. Clayton Fitzpatrick starts 25th in the number 71 Corvette. Lisa Keys rolls off 26th on the outside of row 13 in her Honda Civic EG. Kevin Lero is the last driver on the grid, 27th in row number 14.
Yeah, great field, great cars. Really awesome seeing that PPG pace car, super out front. And it should be a great race. I had a chance. My car was the pace car for race 3.
Yes.
So I got to sit down on pit lane and watch everybody go into turn 1. And, man, they are carrying a ton of speed here.
They are carrying a ton of speed. And that pace car, again, from the IndyCar season in 1995, one of the events it was at was the Long Beach Grand Prix back with the IndyCar Series back in 1995, and to have that true circuit legend pacing our field feels like a real treat.
Absolutely. That's just such a cool car, such a cool piece of history, and it kind of ties back to the track. It ties back, obviously, to the Circuit Legends Festival and the whole concept of it. And I think Adam said this when on the broadcast. It's amazing that car still exists.
Again, people buy them up, and you're right. And nowadays, safety cars and pace cars are often borrowed from dealerships or that sort of thing. They throw the decals on and the lights for a weekend, and then they return them, or they crush them, or they're pre-production models or something of the sort. Not this car. It's lasted the test of time over a couple decades now. But time to go racing. This is a 12 to 15-minute sprint race, power to weight. That's how the Corvette can race the Miata, can race the Porsche Cayman, can race the BMW. That's how we do it here in Gridlife Touring Cup. Our final race of the weekend, a 9-car invert from race 3. The pace car takes the right-hand turn onto the pit lane entry. And for the final time this weekend, we go racing in GLTC. Luke McGrew on the pole, and on his outside, Tyler Pappas in the gray BMW. Time to go racing, and we are. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Lime Rock. Look at Robert Thorne, 3 wide on the outside of Andy Smedegaard. Can he squeeze up left side tires in the dirt as they head to turn 1? 4 wide for a moment. You cannot do that. They're still 4 wide through turn 1.
Wow, that is tight. That was an awesome jump by Thorne to get that far up ahead already. Looks like he's battling for about a 4-way battle for third.
Man, Matt Walbaum had to back out. He was 3 wide with Thorne and Austin Hurdle, who slips and slides. McGrew still side by side with Pappas for the lead. BMW versus Corvette. Look at this 2x2x2 as they come out of 4.
It's impressive with Pappas staying alongside the Corvette. That Corvette you'd think would have more torque, might pull out. But I know that Tyler has a ton of laps here and a lot of experience. He's fairly local, so.
It pays off.
Yeah.
He hangs on to the lead, and now McGrew is under fire from behind as they crest the hill over turn 5. We continue to race a spectacular start here as they sweep on into West Bend. McGrew under fire now. Is that Robert Thorne, who's made us all the way up to 2nd place now if he can get by McGrew?
Fantastic start, getting past him on the downhill, and Tyler's gonna be running for his life here, I think.
He better be. Look at O'Gorman now getting by Walbaum. 1 lap complete, and the timing and scoring tells the picture. They hit the timing and scoring loop. Pappas leads. Thorne 2nd, McGrew 3rd, O'Gorman into 4th place. An unbelievable climb. Here comes Tomo now looking for 3rd in 1 lap, up 6 positions.
Absolutely, 1 lap. That is not a long lap. To have these guys cutting through the field like that is pretty impressive.
McGrew now has 2 ASM cars behind him. Matt Walbaum, a big slide on the inside of team owner Andy Smedegaard. Eric Cattell had to jam on the binders for a second to avoid contact here. Cattell's going to cross over, try to take the run to Walbaum.
Yeah, that is a tricky turn on the left-hander. There's a spot there. It can catch you out. It's very easy to get loose there.
Now coming towards the uphill, O'Gorman is closed in on Thorne now for 2nd place and is immediately going to dive to the inside into West Bend. That's not a place you can typically make a pass, but he's going to go for it. Side by side, he slips, and Thorne has to go a little wide to leave the space for him. They're drag racing down the hill to the downhill now, and Pappas is still trying to run for his life. If O'Gorman gets to 2nd, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, that was really tight. Great heads-up driving by both drivers there. Thorne manages to stay ahead. I didn't think he was going to be able to.
Yeah, I was really impressed. O'Gorman slots back into 3rd place now. Pappas, Thorne, O'Gorman, Smedegaard. Look at this mess on the run down to turn 1. Walbaum, Luke McGrew, Eric Cattell, and looks like Austin Hurdle's in the mix now with the 370Z. 2x2 still a couple laps into this race. Cattell riding the curbs on the inside. Vidoc behind, jumping the curbs as well, door to door with the 370Z.
Yeah, and it looks like the leaders are checking out a little bit here. Pappas is still running strong, which is impressive on that car with no aero compared to Thorne and O'Gorman behind him.
Could he get his first win in Gridlife Touring Cup competition against some of the best in the series? Thorne and O'Gorman both inside the top 5 in points. O'Gorman's 18 race wins or 17 race wins on the season, but look at this, the top 3 covered by a blanket here.
Yeah, Pappas had a big wiggle at the top of the hill there, so he is absolutely giving it his all.
And Smedegaard just watching, waiting in the wings here, dust flying from the front 3 as they grab a little bit of grass at the exit of West Bend down the hill. This is going to be the longest 9 minutes of Tyler Pappas' racing life. Look at this down the front stretch. He's going to go defensive. Thorne sweeps to the inside for the race lead. Here comes Robert Thorne, drag racing into turn 1.
Yeah, he got it. It's kind of funny seeing that.
Look at O'Gorman. He dives down the inside in turn 1 and steals a spot from Pappas. He caught him sleeping and is now drag racing for the first spot. Here he goes. He takes the lead away into 3. But here comes Thorne back to the inside.
That was impressive. That, just perfect timing and just seized on the opportunity. And then how he takes the lead onto the no-name straight.
Man, look at that. That was just unbelievable driving. Pappas left space for Thorne. O'Gorman saw the hole and just chucked the car down there, and it stuck like super glue to the road, and now he grabs the lead away. I mean, he started 9th only, 3 laps ago?
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, I assume he's just going to keep checking out at this point. Hopefully Thorm can keep him honest, as they say.
That was incredible stuff. Meanwhile, Waldbaum has found a little room to race on his own. Luke McGrew's under fire from Eric Catil. They're rehashing a battle from GridLife Mid-Ohio a couple weeks ago. Look at Austin Hurdle in the 370Z, Vidoc behind, all battling for 6th. That black Corvette in your shot. Here's Smedegaard looking at Pappas, but this is the battle, the Corvette versus the EG Civic into turn 1.
Yeah, it's two very different vehicles. It looks like Catil's got a little better line on there on the inside. Let's see if he can hold it.
They touch there just maybe a smidge through Big Bend, and Catil's got it. McGrew slots in behind him. Pole sitter for this race couldn't quite hang on. Austin Hurdle now has, wow, big slide for Catil. Rear end rotating big time on that car.
Oh, yeah, he's pushing it. I imagine he has the rear end pretty lively there.
Interesting to note that he's been running matching wheels all weekend, but now his rear wheels don't match his front. I bet you different tire compounds on the front and rear of this car.
Very could be maybe different sizes, trying to get a little more rotation or maybe a little less, hard to say.
Down the back straightaway, the no-name straight, heading towards the uphill. The rest of the field falling into line. The battles up front have fizzled for now, but for 6th, 7th, and 8th, still positions being swapped around here behind Brian DeFries. That is Rob Gagliardo, and it looks like Eric Meadows and Kevin Zhu joining the party. Big slide from DeFries, and Rob Gagliardo's a little wide. Here comes Meadows to the inside.
See if he can. I thought he was going to go for it on the downhill, but thought better of it. Probably going to try to get a run down the front stretch.
And for 4th place, make this 3rd place, Smedegaard and Pappas. Pappas with a big moment. Andy drops some tires in the left and is now going to try to run him side by side through the left-hander. And Smedegaard should be able to complete this pass, but Pappas still has overlap at turn 4, and Smedegaard is going to use the long way around and drive away into 3rd.
Yeah, not a lot that Pappas could do there. Tried to just keep it clean, and Smedegaard definitely had a little more tire, a little more grip.
McGrew now has Austin Hurdle behind him, but Pappas trying to keep in touch with the ASM cars. He's got Matt Waldbaum behind him, so he can't get sleeping again. And look at this 3-horse race for 7th place. McGrew, Hurdle, and Vidoc battling in West Bend. Corvette, 370Z, Acura, Integra. Where else do you see that trio battling?
Probably not too many places. Certainly not that I've seen. That's the beauty of GLTC for sure.
McGrew goes defensive. Hurdle's going to stay track left. McGrew was fighting issues with this car all weekend, a serpentine belt, then an overheating engine. Then he had to start at the back of the field, but here comes Vidoc to the inside of Hurdle. Will Hurdle leave him the space in turn 1? That's the way we do it here in GLTC. Yes, he does. Door is still open for Vidoc to sweep to the inside, and that lightweight Integra has a little bit of overlap at the exit of Big Bend. Now he's going to try the crossover here maybe for turn 4.
Yeah, tried to get a little pull in the front stretch there. Almost had a little overlap, but not quite.
Now into the right-hander, onto the no-name straight. Hurdle with a VQ V6. This is one of the heaviest cars in the field at almost 3,400 pounds. The Integra behind him certainly weighs a lot less than that. And they head up the uphill with 5 minutes remaining. It's amazing how much has happened in the first 10 minutes or so of this race.
Yeah, the inverted field, inverted grid always makes it interesting, to say the least, and gives great racing for sure.
It resolved itself up front a little quicker than I think everyone was expecting, but that's just how it is sometimes. Look at Pappas now with pressure from Matt Waldbaum. Pappas goes defensive, good line there. Waldbaum's going to have to go the long way around now. He's got a little damage to his right front bumper. I wonder if he's had some contact with somebody, and he goes a little wide, but can he hold this line into turn 3? The left-hander Catil's coming as well.
Yep, it's all eyes on Pappas as he tries to hold off these Hondas.
Ooh, Waldbaum a little wide. Pappas bobbling on the binders there, and Catil trying to join the club here. He runs 6th. The top 5 is right in front. Pappas with a huge slide there, and Catil thinks better of going side by side for the moment. But that BMW is struggling with rear grip right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You would think with that sort of a mistake, I guess you could call it a mistake, or that issue that maybe Catil could get a run, but there's just no room there.
Yeah, Pappas is really out of control. The rear end squirming behind that car as he tries to find grip here. With just about 4 minutes remaining, drops another tire. Catil is trailing him by about 5 car lengths through the downhill. This is all a battle for 6th place now.
Really see him drifting out wide there. See how he does on the front stretch here. I don't think Catil's close enough to really get a run.
No, he's popping out of line just to distract Pappas for a second. Battle for 5th place, rather, as Pappas started on the front row, has dropped to P5. Catil trying to run him back down. Tomo has checked out up front. Thorne, Smedegaard, Waldbaum, Pappas, Catil are your front 6. Catil's got a little room behind him to Austin Hurdle, who's got his hands full with Vidoc. There's a little bit of separation there. And Zach Lavoie is not too far back either in the 42 ASM car. Here comes Catil, though, with a run on Pappas heading towards the uphill. Just nothing you can do with it here on this side of the racetrack.
Pretty tough, but he is very close there. If he can make it stick into West Bend, it's certainly possible. We saw Tomo do it earlier.
Pappas goes defensive. Is he going to wash out wide at the exit of West Bend? That's always a possibility to drop tires up there. And then into the downhill, a really gutsy corner. We haven't seen any side-by-side there, at least not on purpose this race.
Yeah, that is not a place that's easy to go side-by-side, or a place that you'd really want to. That's just such high speed, such high commitment.
And now they run door-to-door down the front stretch. Catil looking for 5th on Tyler Pappas. He has established his overlap and a textbook pass for P5 for Eric Catil in the Hybrid Racing EG.
Yep, nice and smooth. You probably just kind of regrouped, regathered, and made another run at it and made it stick.
He's still working the wheel, though. That rear end is sliding around quite a bit. So is Pappas, though. It's greasy out there, certainly towards the end of the day. 2.5 minutes left on the clock here as we work our way towards the end of GLTC race number 4. Battles a little deeper in the field, still formulating. What about lap traffic? Could that play a factor in some of these mid-pack battles? Look at Vidoc still chasing Austin Hurdle. That has not yet resolved itself for 8th.
Yep, and looks like now that he's got in front, Catil is checking out on Pappas a bit and starting to build a gap. Don't know if he'd be able to catch up to Walbaum.
He might have a shot. He's got enough time left if we run all the way to the end of this race. Perhaps 2, maybe 3 laps remaining. Vidoc now pressuring Austin Hurdle. Look at this. The battle now for 8th place on the racetrack. Hurdle's going to go defensive. Vidoc is in the slipstream down the front stretch, and Zach Lavoie's watching all of it out the windshield, anticipating some side-by-side. And here it is, door-to-door into turn 1. Vidoc on the outside in the Integra. Hurdle on the inside in the Nissan Z. Look at this battle for position for 8th place.
Really, really good. See if Vidoc can stay there, maybe force Austin to the outside of the left-hander. He might have it.
Great racing here. Vidoc tucks it in tight for the left-hander. Hurdle leaves him plenty of space on the inside. He's still got overlap for turn 4. They're still door-to-door here at Lime Rock. This time, Vidoc clears him and moves into 8th place. A fantastic representative battle here in GLTC, and Lavoie used that opportunity to eat up a bunch of time.
Oh, yeah, as those guys are battling, anybody behind is going to try to take advantage, and Hurdle held on tight. He didn't let it go easy, but kept it fair, kept it clean.
Fantastic stuff between these drivers. Great, clean, fair racing up towards the front. We love to see that. A little bit of dirt. Matt Walbaum's right front bumper is really looking worse for wear. I think the air on the nose of that car is going to rip the remainder of that section off. Luke McGrew still hangs on to 7th, but up front, Tom O'Gorman, what a weekend he has had. This season, he has found his stride in this ASMS 2000. He comes from a background of professional racing. Maybe that wasn't too much of a surprise, but in GLTC, his career started with rockily. He started with another S2000 that he had the F20 engine in, the stock engine. It lasted until NOLA in the fall of 2020. That engine exploded, joined ASM. They did some work together, and now that car is rock solid. Lavoie and Hurdle battling for 9th now.
Yeah, absolutely. The ASM crew certainly knows what to do with an S2000. Listening to a podcast, I don't remember which one, they were just sort of talking about the development of that vehicle, and that really represents sort of the best of everything that ASM has learned about the platform.
Yeah, they have learned lots of things about this car. As we get the white flag, we should be coming back to the checkers now. Tom O'Gorman has one more lap to go in his number 94 ASM S2000. ASM with Hawk Performance as O'Gorman leads, Thorne second, Smedegaard third. Look at Luke McGrew now. He has the Integra in the mirror, and Waldbaum is wide at Big Bend, and here comes Catil. This is a battle for 4th on the final lap. That right front fender flapping in the wind on Waldbaum's car as Catil sends his blood in the water here.
I was literally about to say blood in the water. He's going to be hungry. He's going to give it everything he's got. He's closing the gap quick.
2 car lengths now, a car length and a half on the no-name straight for the final time for 4th. Waldbaum, a recent winner at Mid-Ohio. Didn't get a win this weekend, but needs to hang on to 4th here on the final lap. Catil is strong on the uphill this time, running out of corners to get it done, though, for P4. Half a car length now between those two as they head to West Bend. Waldbaum's got lap traffic. This could certainly influence the end of the race here. O'Gorman will win the event 4 for 4. Waldbaum dives through the lap traffic, and Catil has to give it up. He can't get there as they come to the checkers.
Got caught out, and there's nothing you can do there. Waldbaum really got perfect timing, ultimately.
Perfect timing. Slept through the dramatic portion of the race and snuck through the end there. But Tom O'Gorman, 4 for 4 on the weekend, and you can't say enough about that pass in turn number 1. He saw the door open, and he said that's an S2000-sized hole, and put it right down the inside. Very, very impressive stuff.
Absolutely. That's with the racing this tight and competitive, you see that happen. You have to take advantage because that wasn't probably going to happen again.
Probably not. Here is a look at your race results. GLTC race number 4. Once again, Tom O'Gorman from ASM with Hawk Performance. Robert Thorne from ASM, second place. Andy Smedegard, third. Matt Waldbaum, fourth. Erica Till, fifth. Then Pappas, McGrew, Vidoc, Hurdle, and Lavoie, the rest of your top 10. How about Zach Lavoie sneaking in there for a top 10 right at the end of the race?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And that top 10, say, oh, it's P10, it's not a 1, not on the podium, but you fight for every shred.
Yeah.
And that's still a very impressive finish, especially in a field this deep, really.
Rosenberg, Jensen, Bilodeau. That is a NA Miata, an LS Swap FRS, and an EcoBoost Mustang right next to a 1988 Toyota Celica with Eric Thompson. That is really cool stuff.
That 88 Celica, I was actually talking to Eric's dad. It used to be a rally car. And he said the only thing left over from the rally car days is probably the case of this transmission.
That is incredible stuff. But that was a great representative race of Gridlife Touring Cup action. Very clean, fair racing up front. 3 of our 4 races went without a full course caution here this weekend, Nate. But unbelievable. I know Tom kind of stole the party up front, but the mid-pack and back-of-the-pack battles were absolutely excellent this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things, it's such a great combination of cars and drivers and styles. The Circuit Legends Festival bringing sort of everybody together here and, bringing tuner culture together. And that's the GLTC thing. You can build whatever you want just about.
Certainly can. That's going to do it, though, for Gridlife Touring Cup from Lime Rock Park. It was the debut of this series at this racetrack, and I think it delivered, Nate, really exciting stuff. In terms of track battle, that's also complete, so we are done with our on-track competitions here this weekend. There is one more session before the track goes cold tonight. That's Gridlife Drift. I'm going to step away. Nate's going to step away. We'll get the other guys back in here for the drift session to wrap things up here this afternoon, but thanks so much for joining us. We're not done quite yet. We're going to step away for a few minutes. We'll be back with Drift in just a few. Coverage of Gridlife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Momo, made in Italy since 1964. And by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by eBay Motors. Let's ride. Coverage of Gridlife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Falcon Tires. The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the official tire of Club TR. And by Pilot Transport, the official logistics partner of Gridlife Circuit Legends.
At 303, we're always chasing perfection. Protect your ride with graphene nanospray coating. Now, boost protection, shine, and slickness with Graphene Detailer. Level up your detailing game. Harness the power of graphene with 303.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks. Dude, I'm way ahead of you. You saved at the pump? Yeah, I saved at the pump. The pump? The pump. You saved at the pump!
Woo! Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advanced Auto Parts. Learn more at advancedautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
on this weekend for a little...
You know it. I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... the wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.
Hey, and welcome back to the fifth and final drift session of the weekend. We are, what a nice weekend we've had so far, and massive thank you to Lime Rock for opening their arms to drifting for the first time in the history of this track. And, you know, we've talked your ears off all weekend. And so we're just going to let you enjoy the sights and sounds of drifting as much as possible. I might pop in here and there, but I'm not going to blast your eardrums too much. So go ahead and sit back, enjoy the show, the final drift session of the weekend. I believe that this might be the final track action as well for the weekend, but oh, it is. I just got confirmation on that. So everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend. And, yeah, you know. I know I said I wasn't going to say much, but this track action is absolutely killer right now. Oh, my goodness. We've got some absolute shredders on track right now. PJ Pendergrass coming around. That beautiful blue FC with the BN kit. Saying straight from Japan. Flew over to Japan. Bought the car, drove it with Sexy Knights in Japan, and decided to bring it on home. So now he's got this. He's also got a beautiful white S13 hatch as well. It's incredible looking. Would have been cool if he had both of them out here, but we'll settle for the blue FC. Oh my God! Look at these two rippers coming around turn 3 right now. Look at this! What a show! What a note to end on as well. Look at this! Would you just look at it? Got some hands out the window. Everybody's hyped. Oh, got a lawnmower out on track right now. That's all right. That's all right. Looks like we got some body panels out on track too. Again, hopefully everybody's been enjoying their weekend here at beautiful Lime Rock Park. This is an incredible facility. One of the nicest facilities I've ever been at. And whether you're watching here on the side of the hill or you're at home, thank you for joining us. And thank you again to Lime Rock for letting us in your doors and allowing drifting on this pavement, along with all of the amazing wheel-to-wheel action we've had in GLTC, along with all of the hot laps we've seen in Time Attack and all of the groups. Been a absolute ripper of a weekend. And the weather hasn't been too bad either. It's a little hot, a little humid, but it's not too bad. Oh. Bumper budget. Well, You know, sometimes it'll buff out. I don't know if that one will. It may need a little bit of fiberglass, but it's all right. Again, if you guys are up in the grassy hill watching, make some noise for these guys as they come through, because they could definitely hear you. Get them hyped if you want to see some more chaos, some more amazing action on track. Got a little bit of some dirt drops happening. This is these guys are sending it pretty hard right now. I think they know that this is the last session of the weekend for drifting, and I believe time attack as well. And yeah, they're putting on a show for everybody. So hopefully you're still up there watching, enjoying yourself, staying hydrated. Because remember, you can't live without water. You know. For those watching at home or watching on the Jumbotron, we got Kevin on the FPV ripping, giving us a little bit of a nature show as well. And maybe we might take a little dunk over in the creek, maybe blast through the trees. Who knows? The world is our oyster, right? Oh, we got Evan Turk back out on track as well. Glad to see Evan worked out the kinks, got his car back in action and on track again. Still would love to see Ryan in there though. Ryan, I know you can hear me. Why aren't you out there driving with Evan right now? Ooh, we got a nice stack of Jeff Stoneback chasing the faction car. Papa Stoneback. Oh, and followed by Larry as well. Larry getting the shot. Oh, what's going on here? Tom O'Gorman out there chasing the ASM 3 Series, M3. Look at him go. Oh, what's going on here? Tom, let's see some clutch kicks. Chuck that bad boy. Let's see it. I know it's probably not going to cooperate too well, but we want to see it. Larry again, chasing the beautiful faction car. And again, if you aren't already, follow Gridlife Official on Instagram if you want to see some of these incredible shots that Larry and his team have been absolutely crushing it with all weekend. They posted some incredible stuff already, chasing Ryan Turk. And, yeah, they're going to plenty of gems left, especially with all this beautiful, beautiful driving that we have here in this final session. We got Evan Turk coming around again. Being chased by this sick 3 Series. So many good cars out here. Got Tom O'Gorman getting in the mix again. Getting smoked out. Someone should go slap a camera on the front of Tom's car. Get one of Larry's guys, Lewis or Tyler, slap a camera on there. Let's get some more chase cam footage for the weekend. So cool watching a grip car just inches away. It's such a odd viewing experience, but it's oddly exciting. I like it. Evan Turk out there with the active arrow. See, it's 88 miles an hour. Hatch flies open. Done deal. And it's closed again.
Thank you so much for joining us trackside for GridLife Circuit Legends and joining us online on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. This is the last session of the day. We're going to wrap things up here in just a couple of minutes. We have more events this season. We have one in 2 weeks' time at GridLife Alpine Horizon. That's in Colorado Springs, September 9th through 11th at Pikes Peak International Raceway. That's our next event. I want to wish a huge thank you to all of the Lime Rock staff here at the racetrack. As we see Tom O'Gorman out there drifting with his GLTC car, of all things. I want to wish a huge warm thank you to the track staff here this weekend, Lime Rock Park, and everyone that made this all possible, the GridLife staff, the GridLife volunteers, all the corner workers, all the media staff that were here this weekend to put on a phenomenal first-time event here at Lime Rock Park. Tomorrow we've got the car show on Sunday morning, so if you're still in town, come back for that. But a huge thank you and a great thank you again to the stream team, crushing it every single time on the cameras, on the audio, and behind the scenes in the trailer, making the graphics happen and all of the above. So we'll see you in 2 weeks, September 9th through 11th. From GridLife Live, I'm Kyle Heyer. We'll see you at GridLife Alpine Horizon in September. Coverage of GridLife Circuit Legends is brought to you by Momo, made in Italy since 1964. And by FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by eBay Motors. Let's ride. And by Falcon Tires. The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the official tire of Club TR. And by Pilot Transport, the official logistics partner of GridLife Circuit Legends.
At 303, we're always chasing perfection. Protect your ride with graphene nanospray coating. Now, boost protection, shine, and slickness with Graphene Detailer. Level up your detailing game. Harness the power of graphene with 303.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
He saved at the pump!
Woo! Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advance Auto Parts. Learn more at advanceautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
Hey, we still on this weekend for a little...
No, I'm in desperate need of some...
What about you, Jim?
No, my sister's getting... Yeah, dun, da, da. The wedding. She's getting married, so...
When adventure calls, make sure you're ready to answer. Stable 360 ethanol treatment is specifically formulated for year-round use, so your engines will be ready when you are. Ready, willing, stable.
We've been powering the American road since before it was paved. Our first breakthrough in motor oil was introducing it. And we've been reinventing it ever since. From the world's first high-mileage oil to the world's first synthetic blend. There are those who change with the times, and those who drive them. Valvoline, the original motor oil.